Hi, Ron. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the symbol of perfect friendships among united cultures.
I know they're nervous. You can't, we can't over there.
5 years, I'm gonna get.
Let's do the roll call first.
Yeah.
Okay, Lane, we'll do the roll call first. Roll call, please.
Dr. Garashambo?
Yes, here.
Ellen Daly? Here. Robert Hayes?
Here.
Richard Jones?
I'm here.
Ron Ortiz?
Here.
There's a quorum. Mr. Widener, before we adopt the agenda, I'd like you to, my privilege to allow you to do a little ceremony.
Perfect. It's my honor to get to recognize two of our outstanding board members that have been with us for some time and recognize your tenure on the board and the great things that you've done while you've been on the board. And wish you luck on your last meeting tonight and the future. So I do want to recognize Mr. Robert Hayes for 2 years of service to the Grant-Cibola County School Board. We greatly appreciate you and your leadership. So we'd like to present you this plaque. We also want to recognize Mr. Richard Jones, who I found out yesterday has been on the school board for 12.8 years and finished out a term and then came back for 3 additional terms. Mr. Jones has been through a lot in 12.8 years, and we appreciate your leadership and guidance and wish you luck in the future.
Thank you very much.
I'm not gonna argue with
Yeah,
Richard if you're not.
Mr. Hayes, any words of,
You'll have some.
any comments?
No, it's been education, to say the least. I've appreciated these months on the board, and who knows? We'll see what we do again in a few years.
That's true. That's true, quite true.
We're certainly gonna miss your expertise and your knowledge of all the things that we didn't know anything about. So thank you very much.
Richard,
It's been a great 12 years, actually. 12 and a half, remember the election used to be in March.
right,
That's why we got 0.8 or whatever.
right.
I don't know, I hope I did some good in my time. I looked around the school and got a new football field, baseball field, softball field. Not that I did all that, but sure. And all that stuff is really kind of a plus. I just hope we did some good in making our students be ready for the next level. It has been a challenging 12 years, it for sure has. And I hadn't been the most liked a lot, and I'm okay with that. I feel like I stood up for what I thought was right. And I feel like I tried to maintain integrity throughout all of it. So I appreciate my constituents, and of course I appreciate all of you guys here very, very much. Thank you.
Well, it certainly was a journey, and like I said, who am I gonna argue with now?
Oh, there'll be others. And unlike Mr. Hayes, you guys, there won't be another time for me. I'm sure glad I did my time, but I'm glad to be done. And I think I know the new board member that's filling my seat was she'll be better than I ever was for sure. So thank you guys.
I think let's see, I came in on 2015, just a bit before you did. No,
After
at the
me,
same time, after you,
after me.
after you. I came in after you.
You came in
Yeah.
after me.
Yeah, because you were on with, who else was on the board?
Mr. Esteban,
Mr.
Jerry
Esteban,
Smith,
Jerry Smith,
Joel Stewart, Dion.
Joel Stewart. Well, I remember Joel Stewart and you, both of you at that time. And Joel really did a remarkable job. And I, you know, he's still someone that I think is respected.
Very
was
much so.
then and also respected now, and was a person who was able to advocate for our kids in so many different ways, and he was a steady force in the
For sure.
in the district. And you have created a real sense of conviction all the time. I've never seen you without a sense of conviction of what you believed in,
Well, thank you.
and I think that was absolutely important. I don't think there was any moment when you did not really have a clear, you know, you look at things, and when we have the board meetings, you go through them and you identify the things that are of concern to you, and you make your points. But you do not, what I can tell, it's, if it is important for you to talk about, you're gonna talk about it, and that's critical. So that means, in my mind, all these years, is that you've given me a sense of you've impressed me with your integrity and your character
Thank you.
all this time. And I think that after 12 years, I think it was your right to decide whether you wanted
Thank
to go. You know, there was a lot, you know, during that time. I'm trying to think back, 12 years, your children, how old were they? What grades were they in?
Let's see, 12 years ago, my
They're in
youngest
middle
would have been
school.
11.
Yeah, they were-
Next one would have been 12, so what is that, 6th and 7th grade?
Yeah,
My son would have been 17, so he'd have been a junior in high school.
And now where they at?
My son that lives in Utah, he's got a family of 2. He's a financial guru, really. My daughter's back here, got a couple kids of her own, doing really good. Substitute teaching, actually, full-time subbing.
Amazing.
And my youngest, she's all over the country.
Is that right?
She works all over. And then I also have an older daughter that just was already graduated by the time we got here. And she's here in Grants with 4 kids. Did you not think I knew? 4 kids.
Yeah,
So I got a lot of Joneses coming through the Grants Bowl County School System.
still continuing.
For sure.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate you having been part of this board for all these years, and we will miss you.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
And I'll miss y'all too, for sure.
Yes. Let's continue on adoption of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Oh, Mr.
Here we go. The only, and it's a question.
Sure.
After, I know we're going through these presentations, our first action item, consideration approval of the federal proposal priorities for ESSER funds. That's not for all the ESSER funds. That's just for the 900,000. Am I, Mr. Maldonado, is that correct? Because the rest is already budgeted.
Yes, sir.
So I don't know if we need to change that action here. Well, we obviously need to change it. I just don't, how would we name that? Those that,
The
certain
pre-
ESSER funds or?
The presentation that we worked on is the non-CTE related ESSER funds. It's a learning, they're dedicated to learning loss. That was what that was back when we first did that. So it's the learning loss ESSER funds that became available.
So do we need to just be priorities for the learning loss? I just don't want to generalize it there. Am I wrong on that? I mean,
No, I think that's fine.
You want to put in something about learning loss?
well,
That's
we're
what
just
the-
not taking action to approval of all proposed ESSER funds. We're just talking
It's
about
just
the
The
900,000.
That was dedicated to learning loss.
That was dedicated to learning loss.
Well, why don't we, I'm not sure the scope of the, you're saying 900,000, and I don't recall us talking about the 900,000 recently. So explain to me
It was
what
a
it is.
300,000 per tribe that we tried to gift and then we couldn't
Couldn't do
gift.
it, give to them.
We had to ungift it. I don't know how so we made action to do that. But this action is just for that,
just for that.
just for that fund. It's not for all ESSER funds.
Correct. Because you guys have already set the budget.
Correct. And we've already been through the budgeting process for the rest of the ESSER
Correct.
funds.
Why don't you explain what the other is, so that we have a better understanding, all the board members, okay? You're talking about 900,000, but then you're talking about the remainder. What is that remainder of the balance, the larger proportion? How much is that? That's gonna be about, that's several $1 million.
The remainder that was left over from the CARES and the Carissa funds and the ARP funds that were not already dedicated, encumbered for this year, came to just over $4 million when we put the budget together back in May. That's about the remainder that we estimated for this.
So,
That was not counting the 900,000, which we had already encumbered for the
Grant.
learning loss
So,
things.
can you
So-
explain that when we get into that section of, okay?
Absolutely.
Is that okay? So we know what it is that we're
Yep.
voting on?
I'm just
So-
talking about before we approve the agenda, we probably
So we
ought to.
can put parentheses, learning loss.
Yeah,
That's it.
I added that. Can you add that, Lorraine? Action item 8, learning loss ESSER funds.
And then, the next one is building plan, so, okay.
That's the only thing I saw on the agenda that I thought that we needed maybe to address.
Just make sure, yeah.
So your recommendation, Mr. Weiner?
I recommend to adopt the agenda with those changes on action item 8.
Very good. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Richard Jones and seconded by Bob Hayes to approve the agenda as amended. Discussion? None? Roll call.
Dr. Farshambo,
Yes?
Amy Daly. Yes. Robert Hayes,
Yes.
Richard Jones.
Aye.
Ron Ortiz.
Aye.
Motion carries. Adoption of minutes, Mr. Weiner?
I recommend that we adopt the minutes from the December 11th meeting.
Mr. President, there are a couple of errors. in the minutes.
Please explain.
Okay, item number 3, it says December 7th. I know it's a day of infamy, but it was not the date that the board member meeting was, it was the 5th.
The fifth. Okay.
Item number 4, mid-sentence, this need to be done, this should be plural, this needs to be done without the parent or guardian knowledge. It's not error. Okay, item 6. The board went into executive session, the last sentence on the page, we have boards. And,
I'm not gonna keep my comment to myself.
yeah, you can be quiet with it. And then, we went into closed session, we need to work out the time frame. We went into closed session 1:09 PM, and it says, the board came out at 7:40 PM. I know we weren't here for 7 hours,
Okay.
just saying. So somewhere along there, we need to correct, because we closed the meeting at 1:30.
Okay.
So unless we're going back in time, I think we just gotta finite the time. Other than that, Mr. President, I think we'll be good.
So with your suggested corrections,
Correct, yes.
okay. Any other edits to that? Seeing none,
I'll make a motion we approve with suggested corrections.
is there a second?
Second?
I'll second that. Motion made by Richard Jones to approve it with the corrections, seconded by Guy Shamble for those reasons. What?
Mr. Hayes seconded it.
I'm good.
Oh, who?
He did.
He did.
Okay, all righty. So are we ready for the motion then?
Ready for
Roll
the
call.
vote?
There you go.
Dr. Farshambo,
Yes?
Amy Daly.
Yes.
Robert Hayes.
Yes.
Richard Jones.
Aye.
Ron Ortiz.
Motion carries. Mr. Widener, citizens?
There are no citizens to address the board.
Okay, I'll discuss what I'd like to do in the future on that. Presentations, Mr. Widener.
Dr. Martin has eagerly been ready to present these presentations
Three
for a
times.
while. He's got some good data for you, and has some details. One presentation that we've talked about for the future, we want to do a little tracking of some of our graduates and where they are and where they have gone, what they're doing. Kind of in conversations we've talked about, are we preparing our kids for the world? And so Dr. Martin and I are working on that. We're looking at partners to kind of help us track that data on some of our alumni. So Dr. Martin.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Widener, our superintendent, and colleagues. So this is most of the data I'll be presenting are 40-day. We recently completed a 40-day report, and we're still working on 80-day, and so I can only get what's been the report that's been completed already, which is the 40-day. And currently, our students are taking Synergy Quarter 2 assessment, which will the window of which will end this Friday on the 22nd, and data for that one should be ready by January. And feeding off what Mr. Widener said about tracking how our students fare after graduation, after conversations with Ms. Jones and when she handled Gear Up and all that, there are actually companies that can do that for us. So our team will be pursuing that route because it would be cumbersome for us as a district to do all that job. But there are companies that actually do that for districts. And so let me start with our Synergy Quarter 1 assessment, which our students took sometime late October and early November. These are results for ELA and math. So this is the summary. So the first slide is the summary of the results for math and ELA district-wide, where our students did 45%. Our students were 45% proficient in ELA and 40% proficient in math. So again, the percentage represents the percent of our students who fared proficient and advanced in the Synergy assessment.
Okay,
The next, yes, ma'am.
Dr. Martin, I'm looking at the color charts. It's actually nearing proficient. They're not proficient, but they're nearing. The 40% is in the yellow.
The green is proficient and
And the
advanced.
green is nearing
Green
proficient.
is
Proficient and advanced.
proficient.
Okay, and
I
then
guess you ask you, what does the percentages signify?
Proficient and advanced. The green, just the green part of the graph.
So the percent figure
Yes.
in the graph represents the green.
Yes, yes, sir.
And
The green is combined.
and that's the number of students, by student count wise, 45% of our student body is nearing proficiency. And then 40% were near proficiency and some part, I guess, proficient in ELA, and then near proficiency in math, 40%. And you're talking total student body.
The 45% is the percent of our students that actually scored proficient and advanced
I think the graph, it's showing wrong.
Yeah.
We just take the 45 and 40 out, use the green, yellow, and orange, and that would give you the percentage. The percentages are inaccurate for the graph itself.
No, they're
It
not.
only
They're-
represents the
no,
green
no,
part.
So the percentages
wait.
are on this side,
Mhm.
okay?
Let's have Delton explain.
Yeah.
Not too many people explain.
Yes, so so if you combine all the students, so in the chart below, you have the number of students that scored in a particular color. So red, orange, yellow, and green, right? If you combine all that, so see how there's 1,282 students who perform proficient and advanced in the assessment. The 1,282 students account for 45% of our total number of students,
Of those who took the test.
of those
So
who
if you
took the test.
combine 1282, 638, 602, and 355,
That's the
total, that's the total.
Yeah.
And the 1282 is 45% of that total.
1282 is 45% of the total. So that means 45% of our students actually were proficient and advanced
Okay,
on the ELA assessment. And 40% of our students, which is 76 of them, are proficient in advanced in math.
I think what would help then is to put another line there where it says total number of students who took the test, something of that sort, so we know
We'll
how we,
just that
that's,
next time.
that'd just.
I actually had a conversation with Jean today, because she inherited this what do you call this method of presenting of data from Corazon. I told her to look into changing it to something more digestible by our stakeholders.
Well, actually, what you
something
could do is
easier
to put 45,
understand.
put the percent figures into each one of the cells. So, and the green you'd have 45, and the yellow you'd have whatever the percent that is.
40.
So that we would then be able to see it.
Are the color codes off? 'Cause as a layperson, somebody's looking at this would say, well, you're only saying that 45% of the students are near proficiency and part proficient in ELA and math, because it's in the yellow corner. 40% are, which you're saying is 1,076,
Yes,
are near
Yes.
proficiency. They're not proficient, they are near proficiency.
they're proficient and advanced.
No, they're not in the green area. Maybe I'm looking at this
On
thing
the chart,
wrong.
they are.
Not on mine.
Which chart is,
The Synergy Quarter One District Assessment Summary.
Yeah.
Boyle County Schools?
Yeah.
It says 45 and 40, right?
Yeah.
But it's 40%.
Okay,
Okay, but if you go,
It's just the number thing that it went down, it's still the number of position, even though it's in the yellow.
yeah, it's just visually in the wrong place.
It's visually in the wrong place.
Yeah,
It ma-
they
yes,
should
it
read the
makes
chart
it
down here left to
confusing.
right, it's
Yeah.
really easy.
Yeah, so if we had nudged that up there, then you would have seen, yeah. Put your hand on, mush that, kind of pretend like you're mushing it up there to the green. Yeah, that 45 should be in the green
That's what I'm
section.
saying, it's just that.
Yeah, visually, it kind of is
Yes.
confusing, and so your idea of going back and have her rethink how to present this would be a
Yes.
good idea. We're on the first graph and we'll be here till midnight.
Because remember now, educated people are not gonna be looking at this like that. It's the lay people, the tribes, the parents are gonna be looking at, well, then that's not right.
Yeah.
So you just need to make it more clear.
So,
And that's the reason why I had the conversation
Yeah.
with Jean, because she
Okay.
inherited this from Corazon.
That's okay,
And I said, yeah.
it's all right.
Sorry for the confusing graphical representation, but we'll make it better next time. So I promise you that
Lois,
the next
good to
charts
learn.
will be different.
and this one?
The next one will be our performance per school site for ELA, for Synergy Quarter One assessment. Oh, actually, this is by grade level. So as you can see from the graph, it's our kindergartners who did really well in the ELA assessment. Our garden students are 97% proficient on the first quarter assessment. And then so if you follow the chart, our sixth graders are the ones with the lowest proficiency level.
Yeah, that's right.
Have we found out, or is there any indicators as to why there's that big drop? I know usually they always say that the middle school era is always the one that comes with why, as a teacher, I always wonder why that is so prominent in our scores. Is there something that we're not doing at the middle school level that we should be doing? And then it takes us quite a bit lengthy time to try to get us back up to 12th grade. When they leave, then they would be capable of surviving in the outside world.
It's an ongoing process of investigation. So it's been that way for a while now, but some of the aspects we don't really know, but we're really trying to improve. So I know the administration in our middle schools are trying all their best to curb that, or to do something about that trend that we've been seeing for a while already. The best that we can do is to make sure our teachers actually teach to the standards that they have to, and address whatever factors are affecting their education, like discipline and all.
And I think this is the reason why tribes and outside people, parents, groups, that they see this chart like this and they wonder, what are we not doing, and why is it that these percentages are so low? And because, like I said, again, the lay people that look at this and say, oh my gosh, they're not showing too much improvement over the years, and so.
This is a formative test. This is a test that only tests the first set of standards in the quarter. And so the second quarter is not going to test these. It's going to test a whole new set of standards. And the kind of test you're talking about is the IMASA, which will come in
We should get our results in January.
that's the kind of test that your question, you can hold that question when you get to the, when we look at that some point in January, February, I'm not sure which. But keep that thought in mind.
That set of data will show us whether our students progress.
Yeah, this is our own district's testing of what
This is all just
what
quarter
the
one.
standards were being taught in that quarter. Okay.
Our next set of data is our math results. Again, it shows a very similar trend to the ELA results. Then the next page is how each of our individual school sites did in ELA. So Cubero is the highest in ELA with 72% proficient and advanced. And then Laguna Middle School, Laguna Acoma Middle School is the lowest with 19%.
And that's not a very large percentage, right? That's only how many students?
That's yeah, they have about 30 something students. So just one student account for a lot of percentage. And if you look at Laguna Acoma High School, it's 56%. So it's they have much more number of students than than the middle school actually.
Well, and their high school data looks good.
Yeah.
Moving to the next one in math, again, very similar to the ELA result. But this time around, Blue Water did better than Cubero at 88%. And then Laguna from a middle school is still the one at the bottom.
Are we taking note of some of those strategies that they're using for the ones with the higher percentage? I'm thinking, because at the last visit we did with that CT, those new things coming in, that maybe that could be attributed to the higher scores,
Which one, ma'am? High school?
the high school, because they have those different pathways now.
Yes, which actually makes students more motivated and interested to attend their classes because they see the relevance of them.
Are we bringing that down to the middle school level too? The
Yes.
opportunity?
We're actually planning on bringing our CTE program or at least exposing our kids to CTE down to the elementary level. Because Mr. Widener approved the purchase of We Build It Better programs. The We Build It Better programs are carts that expose our elementary students to different CTE pathways as well. It has different sections of it. One section will expose our students in construction, the construction trades. There's a robotics part of that cart, and just different things that that exposes them to tools that are being used in trades.
And this is the stuff that to use these statistics to explain to our constituents when they ask the question, what does it show like you're doing much progress? Well, now we're carrying back, not backward, but down to the lower level. So hopefully those scores will be more significant in the next year. Let's hope.
Page 6 is our ELA assessment by ethnicity.
Wait a minute, would you go back to that one?
Yes,
We missed the math. No,
It's ELA.
he's on the next page. 6.
page 6. Yeah.
I'm just looking, the visual.
The visual is again confusing.
Yeah. So,
We have almost almost 1,400 Native American students that are being represented in this particular bar for Native Americans. And then if you look at the bar that represents our Caucasian students, that's about 300 students.
yeah. The Caucasian bars are pretty short,
Yeah,
but the
because-
actual is 53%. So if you change your vertical and horizontal data, it'll actually reveal that it'll be different.
yeah,
And so, so that's what, I think what we're doing is, trying to help ourselves all understand how we should better present the information.
Yeah.
And so let's just use this as a learning, because it's our first time to do this and make sure, but what we're seeing is that I would be extremely disturbed if it was in the 30s and the 20s. This is just the first quarter. This is just August, September, a bit of October.
yes, sir.
That's the first set of
Standards.
content standards that they're being that we're appraising at that time. And so as we go along, we should be able to, what should happen is that the students are being taught systematically, say like first grade, second, every first grade should get the same set of standards taught. And then, and that should be across the board in all the schools.
Yes.
Then we have a better idea. Are we teaching these standards in all these schools? And are we doing a good job? And so the schools should be able to look at their own and say, okay, we seem to be falling short. Now, which kids are bringing it down? So then they would then dig in there and find out whether or not which kids are causing us some difficulty. But you got over half of the Caucasian students who are proficient and advanced in the ELA standards for the first quarter.
Yes.
Okay. And the others are close behind in the 40s.
So in keeping with that idea, the number of students that the first graph is, look, the number of students, 479, right? Or how many students?
So that's the number of students that the bar represents is almost 1,400. And 558 of them, 558 of the 1,000, about 1,400 students are proficient in advanced.
What's a good green though on the far right?
Sir?
On the far right bar shows you that green is greater than the yellow or the orange.
Yes, the green is,
The whatever color that is in red. What color is it? Orange?
You run out of ink or what?
Something. Okay. But it's close. Okay.
the next one is our math. Page 7. It's very similar to the ELA results. 37% of our Native American students performed proficient and advanced in math. 44% of our Caucasians performed proficient and advanced in math. 42% of Hispanics proficient and advanced. All of which are very close to the district-wide result, which is 40% proficient in math, proficient and advanced in math,
Proficient,
or advanced in
just the proficient on those first quarter standards.
first
that
quarter standards.
were taught and tested.
Yes.
Okay.
And these are grades, kindergarten through.
K through 12.
So that lumps a lot of stuff together.
Mhm.
You have to be careful about that.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's a little bit misleading
So,
when you try to explain it to people that aren't used to seeing data structured like this.
this one is, what's this one?
Number 8 is by tribal affiliation. So this is the ELA, 41 ELA result by tribal
By
affiliation.
tribes, okay.
No.
I'm only gonna look at the line graphs, and the percents and not the bars. So it doesn't, it contradicts what I'm seeing. But 43% of the Acuma students were proficient on the standards that were taught in the first
Quarter one.
quarter. And
51% of
51
Laguna
and
students.
34 and 45, and the total is 45. Okay, that was reflected back in the other graph when we talked about the different ethnicities.
Yes.
Okay,
And the next one is in math. So 42% of Acuma students perform proficient in or advanced in math. 44% of Laguna students perform proficient or advanced in math. Then our 31% of Navajo students perform proficient and advanced. District-wide, we're at 40% proficient and advanced.
Again, K through 12, right?
right.
And then for our at-risk students, graph number 10 is our economically disadvantaged actually performed as we all know, almost all our students are economically disadvantaged, and so the percentages are pretty close to each other.
Okay,
The next one is for our special needs students,
what we have is ELA and math at
ELA and
the
math,
same
yes,
time, okay.
in the same graph, so ELA and math. This is graph number, page 11 shows you how our special needs students did compared with all students in the district.
Now, let me ask this of Ms. Priego, are all the students, the special needs getting services?
If they have a current IEP, yes, they are receiving services.
And do all the teachers receive their students' IEP to keep on record?
Special ed teachers or general ed teachers?
General ed teachers, so general ed teachers should still have a copy of their
Yes.
IEP.
Yes, because at every school site, they are part of a team. So they should be aware of all of the students that they service that have disabilities, yes.
And if the teacher doesn't have one, who can they go to ask for one? My understanding is that beginning of the year, every teacher should have an IEP, and that's not, I can tell you for a fact, that's not happening. So where would the teacher go to get a copy of the IEP?
So the teacher should be able to print them out themselves from their home screen on Synergy. They have access to those. If they cannot print it from Synergy directly from their homepage, then they go to their case manager.
No, it's just.
They should know who their case managers are for their students. So if elementary, go to those case managers, and then high school and middle school, go to the case managers.
So they can
And
print
then
it on
if
Synergy.
they can't, the message isn't received there, they can always email me, and I will always make sure that they have a copy.
So that's where the MLSS comes into play,
Yes.
tier 1, tier
MLSS.
2, tier 3, and all that stuff, okay. That's what I heard in the state school board conference
MLSS?
about the performances of our different at-risk groups that's
Yeah.
persisted throughout the state.
MLSS, yes, because it goes through the 3 layers, the universal, and then the layer 2 interventions, and then layer 3 intensive interventions, yes.
Okay.
That's how we should be servicing the students.
What she said, right?
No, our teachers, so I will show you a chart later on that shows you how many of our teachers actually are taking on or are starting to implement that initiative by NMPED. We used to not have any MLSS plans inputted in Synergy. Now we have a number of them, and it only improves every day.
We're continuously working
Yeah.
on a more streamlined process. And we work through our instructional coaches. I talk with the site administrators when we have our principal meetings. So it's a continuous process. And I'm always available for support. We try to do a lot with our instructional coaches because they're the boots on the ground that can support at a school site immediately. But we are continuing that training and the flow, and it's a mind shift. It still is.
At the school board conference that, I apologize for us having a little back and forth, but it is something that Richard had brought up before about the test scores, incongruous to the graduation. And so that's a whole, we can talk about that later. But one of the things that we had a workshop on was on MLSS, SSSS. And that it was imperative that boards understand what that is all about. Because every child is in one of the categories.
Yes.
And so most of these children are gonna be at the level 1. So then we start to, once they start to notice that there's some serious problems, then they start to move into, then we start to have plans and meetings and so forth. And that is quite important for for boards to recognize that this is the process by which we identify those students who have greater needs and what interventions do we undertake, and to what extent do we do any referrals of any sort, you know, so, you know, just.
And Jennifer has been doing a great job pushing that idea and making sure that our teachers are constantly or are learning and implementing the MLSS process in their
And
classrooms.
collecting their data and showing that they are providing interventions.
We actually
Because we want
invited,
that to be the first layer before they
Before they,
refer to special education. We want to make sure that at the school sites, every intervention is being provided.
we actually invited PED to come to our January 8th professional development day again. Chris Vian, who is the MLSS person at NMPED, will be coming to Grants High School at the PAC and orienting our teachers, and he did that
He did it at the
in our
beginning of the
August PD day, but we invited him again, so more of our
refresher.
teachers are oriented and they learn more about it, so they can get better at implementing it in our classrooms.
I see English learners here.
Yes, sir. Page 12 is how our English ELL students perform compared to all students in ELA and math.
We have a small number of ELLs, English learners,
Yes, sir.
formally identified English learners.
About 300 plus out of the 3,000 plus students that we have.
How do you determine English language learners? Do they still take that test or that?
Yes, ma'am. The WIDA screeners. And then page 13 is by gender. We have almost the same number of female students.
Wait a minute, let me check the boys, see how we're doing.
Girls are way smarter than boys, sorry.
No,
Even
we've
it's
got,
by 1%.
This is in ELA.
Across the board.
Females are a little higher.
This is in ELA,
Oh, but look at math.
and then the next one is math.
males are still doing better,
No,
2%.
41%.
45 for females.
I don't know. It's just-
Any questions on this particular data before I shift to attend our 40-day attendance data?
So the next time, well, this has to have value. And so as we sustain a rigorous curriculum and require all teachers to teach the intended curriculum, then this starts to work. If we find that we're having schools or certain grades not teaching the expected or the intended curriculum, then things fall apart. So we can't have 11 different curriculum.
Do we,
And we have to have, and we adopted those standards. That's the district learning plan. And that's one of the critical things that we have to do, is to ensure that the kids are getting, from whatever school they are, they're gonna get the same rigorous, solid instruction in those standards that have been chosen to be taught for them to learn in each one of those quarters. And we're saying that if you do a good job and you teach those standards and you differentiate and you make sure that you provide the right interventions, that you're gonna bring them up. We also recognize there's a lot of kids who need a lot of help. And so, but they still need to receive grade level instruction, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
and that was the question I was gonna ask, do you assess those students coming into our district from outside the district? Because teaching in different schools, I see the break, there's no continuity in the way they teach math. And so those kids coming from outside the district don't have the rigorous schedule that our GCCS students have. And I saw this firsthand. The elementary, they teach by the book. And then the kind of fourth and fifth grade, they teach the old style math. I remember being a sub and doing it long division. Well, then they go to a different type of instruction. And so there's really no continuity. So they get GCCS who uses a different structure.
That's where MLSS comes
It's
in.
gonna come,
Because the moment we get a student from another district, let's say for example, and we find out that they're behind on some aspects or some standards in math, for example, then you create a plan on how to help that student improve in that particular area, and you work on it and you monitor it. Actually, all of that will be recorded in all that we encourage them to record in Synergy for Jennifer to find out. Let's say, for example, if a student is forwarded to her and they're requesting for an evaluation, she needs to look at the plans that were made for that student and make sure that all efforts have been made to actually help that student improve. If not, what Jennifer can do is go back to them and say, you've not done anything to help this student. And so you have to go through that first before you refer that student back to me.
Well, she's referring to feeder schools,
yeah.
like GCCS schools, like Haku or Laguna Acoma or
LDOE.
Pruitt, or, that come in from outside.
Yes, sir.
We have a different approach to whatever, and so the kids come in at varying levels of performance into our schools.
The way we help them is through MLSS as well, because we create a plan. It's up to the teacher to create a plan on how to help pull that student to grade level or to whatever level that student needs to be in a particular standard. So
I guess that's the thing I'm worried about, is making sure that we catch those students coming from another school that don't have the same criteria that we're teaching. And there's quite a few coming from the feeder school. I remember teaching math with in the textbook with blocks. And then I don't know how this works. So I went back to lawn division. And the kids say, oh, that's easier than coloring in these blocks to see how many. So, and I says, yeah, that worked for me when I was in high school, the lawn division and the multiplication, checking your facts and stuff. But anyway, that's my concern, is that we have a lot of students coming from feeder schools that are not equipped.
IMASA
yes,
is administered in September.
it's being administered as right now
I
actually.
mean, in September,
In
beginning of the
September,
year.
yes,
in September.
the BOY, IMASA.
Yeah.
Beginning of the year, yes.
So that's the first assessment that is universal only through up to 8th grade.
Yes, sir. And then our students actually are taking it again
Yeah, I know.
in conjunction.
So all I'm saying is that what she was mentioning is about kids coming into the system.
Oh,
So that's the first time we actually formally catch them, is in September. How soon do the teachers get the results so they can have an idea whether or not these kids are being, or do they have to generate their own in-class pre-tests, so to speak, of how the kids are doing?
right now, we do have tools that our teachers have that enable them to test their student without waiting for the IMASA result. Because the STAR Math and STAR Reading that we recently purchased cover every standard that are being tested in NMASA. And so if a teacher gives that STAR Math or STAR Reading to a student coming from outside our district, the teacher can pretty much tell which standards those students are
You don't have a test
poor
in
in,
math.
poor in or
The kids give me the
are
math.
needing help in, and so
Long time ago.
then they can start the MLSS process after finding those.
Caminos.
We used to do this back in 2009 when, well, they used to have the new students come in and visit the school for a period of, like one day. That all the kids would come in and then as an English teacher, I would test them. And then the math teachers would test them. And we wouldn't know, they just give us initials, that we wouldn't know what school they came from. And so we discovered that all the kids that were up to par, like in writing and doing drafts and stuff like that, were the ones that came from Cabero. And the same way with the math, those ones that were up here were the ones coming from Cabero. The other schools, they were below. And the only reason I knew that, I saw my granddaughter's name on one of them, I knew she was going to Cabero, so she was part of that group that was higher than the other three schools that we tested that one day. So, we used to do that a long time ago, they don't do that anymore. But, I can see that happening right now, is those students coming from other districts. There's a break in that learning process for them, and so it's play catch-up time, try to bring them up to where GCCS is, although a lot of people won't admit that, but I used to be, as a teacher, I used to see that all the time.
So, let's continue on,
Okay,
we could, I mean, because there's some
Aren't you glad I'm here?
things we're.
But I would just like to add to Star Math and Star Reading is available for teachers from K through 12.
Kind of a pre-test that'll give us a more
More
accurate picture
accurate,
of where
yeah.
they're gonna compete with those other standardized tests. And in a little bit, when we talk about loss of learning funds,
Mhm.
we've talked about partnering with our feeder schools, partnering with LDOE, Yakima Department of Education, and giving them access to our STAR tests so they can check where their students are.
Yes. And we actually invited Renaissance on January 8th as well to train our teachers on better use of the system and data interpretation and how to use the data to get.
They have a predictive, there's a predictive, aspect to it. Also, on
Yeah.
Renaissance.
It's one platform that actually uses AI now.
Ooh, scary. Okay,
Our
you
next
lost the screen.
set of data will be on attendance. That's, let me find my attendance data.
While you're doing that, let me make an observation, board members, is that a teacher in the days gone by used to do their own assessments of reading. You'd actually would have the kids read a passage, and you listen to them, and you determine whether they're fluent. You ask some basic comprehension questions, do they understand? And so you take them through 3 or 4 of those, and you have a pretty good idea whether they can read at grade level or whether they're behind. That, I think, tends to be something that teachers have done in years gone by in different ways. I'm not sure how we're doing it now. But I know that most teachers just want to know right away. How are they doing? Yeah, because when you start giving them assignments, if they start coming back with D's and F's, then you know that there's a problem, and you can't wait for the end.
There used to be a test a long time ago, I can't remember. They used to call it, and they used to go in and do it on the computer, and then they would tell them what reading level they were at and what math level they were at.
Well-
And I can't remember what it was called,
That one will do that.
yeah.
Start reading.
Star Reading and
Math.
Star Math will do that.
Yeah.
And it's aligned to state standards,
Yes.
so. And the good news is, we were discussing about the lack of assessments for high schools at one time.
Yes,
for
still,
grades. Star Math and Star Reading actually aligns with SAT. So which will be a really good tool for our teachers at the high school level to measure how ready our students are for the SAT
in what,
SAT test.
attendance,
Yes, sir. 40-day report for attendance by subgroups. On page one, the first graph there shows you by subgroups how our students did attendance wise. Our Asian students have 97% attendance. Our Hispanics are the ones that are the lowest with 91%. All of them are above
See, I don't
90%.
have
That's great.
Yeah, no, I don't
This
have
is the way
any.
it's before what we've been looking at.
Oh, way before it,
Yeah.
okay.
For all the other joints.
That's
Oh,
that's
okay.
definitely an improvement.
Right.
This is discipline.
One more.
Between them. There you go.
Okay.
There's a test at the end of this, so.
And then the next
you know, if you flunk, you're gonna have to come back.
The next chart on page one shows you the attendance rate for tribal affiliation. Our Laguna students had 96% attendance rate. Our Navajo students have 91, Acoma is 94. Other tribes 90%, Native Americans have 93% attendance rate overall.
And this is after what,
40 days.
40 days?
40 day, yes, ma'am.
Have you broken that down by school?
Yes, sir. The next one, page two.
By native,
Yeah, Acoma, Laguna, Navajo, other Native American.
This one will be,
go ahead, just go to this one.
first graph on page two is attendance rate per site. Laguna Acoma Middle School has the best attendance rate at 95%.
Because there's only how many
Because
students?
they only have
Because they only have a few
20
students.
kids. How many kids do they have?
About 30.
30? Some odd kids? Okay,
It's
Those
kinda
kids are
skewed.
bused. Most of them are bused to the school.
good.
Our San Rafael
Get 'em there.
students have the lowest one, but still is at the 91% attendance rate. The fourth graph located in page two is attendance rate per grade level. Fifth graders had the best attendance rate at 95%. And our 10th graders had the lowest attendance rate at 91%. All of,
That's both Laguna, Acoma, and Grants High School?
this is district-wide.
We only have one fifth grade, that's LM Lambs? Or where does the fifth grade come, what school does that come from?
Which one then?
Fifth grade on the,
So this data was pulled from STARS. We wanted to report what we report to the state actually. And the state report only has according to Rose, these kinds of data that are being asked for by the state at the 40-day. So grade level attendance rate per school site, per tribe, and per subgroups in the district actually. So and this data is based off the 40-day report that we submit at the state level.
Okay,
But if you want the data to be disaggregated more, it will take some time, but we'll be able to do that. We'll use pivot charts.
the purpose of collecting data is to do something with it. So the administration has to think through and the principals have to think through what does attendance have a bearing on the student's performance? How do we as a teacher and how do we as a school check the attendance? That's more important. Then for you, at the administrative level, you have to figure out, what do we do with the information? Do we need to dig deeper? Which school, which students? And what are we gonna do with them? So there's always has to be, if these are down, then is there going to be an effort to try and raise them, and how do you raise them, but by looking at individual students? And that's where you start to go back downward towards these principals and the teachers and say, ask them, identify the students who are not coming to school, and what are your efforts to address their needs? At our level, we can see that there's variance, but it's up to you guys to figure out what to do with it. And is there any relationship between grade level performance, report card grades, and stuff like that? That's down there. That's with you guys. Anyway, just
Yeah, and the reason why we invested on early warning system, EWS personnel and district a district coordinator for attendance is because we do know that attendance is directly proportional with performance. They're closely related. Our students don't learn if they're not at school, and so therefore performance is affected by that.
so if you're looking at fifth grade, 95%, then that's a grade level you may not be so concerned with. But you may be concerned with ninth grade, 92%. And then we would assume that the administration is asking the schools, how is your EWS system working? Is this serious, or is this something that can be easily addressed? If it was down in the 70%, then it'd start to ring bells and stuff like that. But
Yes.
Well, and a few years ago, we were in the 80s, so we are seeing improvements.
And a lot more our initiatives are being done now, like Stevie Elkins at Grants High School is not only looking at daily attendance, but period attendance, because sometimes our students ditch and just
no,
No, they didn't.
and just don't attend their classes.
If you're Laguna Middle School, you can't, it's a long ways to ditch.
And so they're doing they're exploring every avenue they have at their disposal to.
well, see,
to
that's the
try
kind
to
of
mitigate
information that we would ultimately want to know is, are our interventions like EWS processes having an impact?
Is there any correlation to those students that are being bused versus those that are being driven in? Somebody mentioned they're bused in, so they have to be there.
Right. If you're at Laguna Middle School and you're bussed in, it's a long walk to the gas station.
So their attendance figures are high.
If you have your car, you could ditch.
But some of the students that are bused into Grants High School get off the bus at Grants High School and walk off campus and make
Correct.
sure they're back before the buses get back, so they can catch a ride home.
Yeah.
So sometimes the bus is just their transportation to town.
Yeah,
Correct.
I was gonna mention that. I remember someone mentioning that
Yeah.
way back when.
That's
That they
correct.
get out, you have to watch to see who's leaving. And you'll see, what's his name is doing it again.
Yep, heading to campus or
Yeah.
walk through that south campus. Yeah.
And when Sonic closed, I guess that improved things.
When Sonic
Improved
closed,
attendance.
All Sub's business picked up.
Oh, that's right, they ran
Also
across the
started
way.
across the way.
You should have EWS, you should hire them on to be a part of the system.
To
Right.
stand at all Subs and send them all back.
Yeah.
That's their duty post is at all Subs. and
Yeah,
send them all back
also,
to school.
also it's duty post. Okay. Well, that also means parents are not, they gotta
Buckle down?
be more
But
responsive.
now they're getting those phone calls too from our EWS employees.
Okay,
But they're on the bus, yeah, right.
send them to school.
You lost my student, they were on the bus.
They're on the bus.
Okay,
Yes, sir. So, I'll switch over to a different area. Professional development, our teachers are involved in. And, an update on their, every school site's, 90-day plan and all that. So, the slide that you show, the slide that you see actually shows you what currently ongoing professional development our teachers and administrators are going through. We are part, as you may already know, we are part of the NMPED Reading Apprenticeship, and we've gotten good feedback on that particular professional development that's being sponsored by NMPED. We are still continuing with our SIAP training. Ms. Jones is now handling that professional development because it's being funded by Title III. Mr. Maldonado is helping a lot with our synergy training. He's our guy communicating directly with Synergy regarding things that we need to do to improve our staff in their Synergy knowledge and use. We are also investing in SEL training. Actually, January 8th, our administrators will again go through a separate set of SEL training so they can get together and form a framework for an SEL framework for the district. MLSS training, we've already mentioned that. Jennifer has been helping a lot on that regard. Learning platforms training, we did purchase new learning platforms like Frax, which helps our students improve in fractions. Frax is an extension of math. There's a math platform, I forgot the name, but it's
IXL? IXL?
It's not IXL, it's something else, but that's an extension. They're coming on January 8th to train our teachers in the use of Frax as well. It's focused on a proficiency in fractions, like operations with fractions and all that. Cubero, we have a teacher in Cubero who's actually Explore Learning, yeah. And we have a teacher in Cubero who's actively using Frax with their students in Cubero right now.
And the reason why we're focusing on fractions is because
It's because it's one of our students' weaknesses and that they bring up to when they're at the high school level, and it's something that affects their performance in the higher math levels actually.
when do they start to get exposed to the world of fractions?
Yeah, as early as kindergarten, right?
Fourth grade, really.
You start to build those foundations.
First.
Pizza.
Exactly.
Pizza, yes.
You get a
Yeah, the
piece of
old
pizza.
pizza example.
Yeah.
And that's why I used to buy a lot of pizzas. Okay, I'm just,
And then
This last training that we went to for the whole day, I can't remember what it was called. How do you assess whether the teachers are using it or got anything from the training? Do you see it in the classroom? Is it part of their lesson plan? Do they ask questions about it or?
thanks.
Because we had a whole day.
Yes.
Where are we using it? What's it called?
ESEL on November first. Rick and
Oh,
Rissa?
SEL.
I can answer that question. So we did a very comprehensive survey of the staff. I got fantastic feedback on it, on the presentations, just the introductions of what SEL was all about, how to implement that, which prompted us to continue the training, which is why they're coming back on January 8th for additional training for specifically, as he mentioned, for the principals, assistant principals, and the counselors, so that they can begin to build a particular framework, articulate how they're going to promote and teach the 5 competencies and how they're going to integrate that into their school. Mr. Widener wants them to develop the framework as a set of administrators and then develop an implementation plan that takes them 2 years, that goes out through 2 years. So it's not an overnight kind of one and done kind of thing. It's a developing and changing the culture in the SEL, but it has to start with how the counselors interpret the work and how they implement that in elementary, middle school, and high school. Be correct? Yeah.
Maybe we could have the counselors give a presentation on how they're using it or teaching it to the teachers. Not to question your expertise, Mr. Maldonado, but I'd like to see it in the education administrators to see, because they're the ones that are going into the classroom and seeing if it's being used or in their everyday instruction. So maybe the council.
That's our goal. Our goal is to see it at every site in the classroom.
And the one I wanted to question, I don't know, you skipped over it, the 4 simple questions to guide your lesson plan. Critical thoughts from Richard DeVore. Okay, I'd rather see critical thoughts from C.B. Elkins. That makes it ownership by our staff. I mean, I don't know. who the head-
Before's old.
Yeah,
The thing is, it provides you with an essential elements of learning. Then each of these schools need to take that and determine how best do they answer that question.
I'd rather hear it from, I know
That's
we
what
have.
anyway, Stevie, she came and made a presentation.
Okay.
And that is the first time I think we had a presentation from each of the schools. And she started to elaborate on that part. Which page are you on? I'm not,
Oh, this one.
okay.
I just think that we create a better ownership. If you're asking the teacher, how do you guide your lesson plan, Dr. Martin? Oh, this is what I do. And you put it in there and the other teachers see it and they say, oh, let me try that in my classroom. I mean, I don't know Mr. Richard DeVore, but.
I remember when I first got on the board 12 and a half years ago, it was the DeFore, was it DeFore questions or the DeFore method or?
DeFore and DeFore, who were husband and wife authors, I think
And
that
one of them died.
husband
Right,
did,
died.
correct, and they had four guiding questions that kind of guided PLCs at that time. professional
PLCs.
learning.
But yeah, this isn't news, what I was saying. I
No, it
remember
isn't.
this. Yeah.
It's
okay,
actually
okay,
very core to what it is that we're supposed to be paying attention to. But then what you're right, is that each school needs to ask those questions of themselves. What is it? And so when we have each one of the PLCs would be asking those same questions so that it customizes to their school. They will then say, what are we doing? Are we teaching the curriculum? And that's that, we just got a report on the tests for the first quarter. That's supposed to reflect the content to answer question number 1. What are we teaching the kids? And each one of the schools have to say almost the same thing. We're teaching the first quarter standards. Question 2 is, what are the assessments are we using at our building level? And I think you're already beginning to see that we may have to add some more tests in order to better test whether they've learned what the school has said we're teaching them in question number 1. question number 3 is basically, what are we doing at the building level to address those kids who are not learning? And that's where the MLSS comes in. And so, but they all need to say, tell us those things. Then the last one is what are we doing at our school to help those kids who need enrichment or advancement, so that we don't forget the high flyers and still be able to address the kids who have greater needs. So DuFour has been around for a long time, but it actually is these are the fundamental questions of what we are all about. We are here to do those 4 things, along with a lot of other stuff. But those things basically are the things that drive who we are. And each school has to answer those questions, and they will answer them to the best of their abilities, however they're organized. Some of them will come up with very unique kinds of interventions or enrichments plans that you would then let us know how they're doing, and we will then get a better picture of it. If we don't do those kinds of questioning or enable them to ask those questions, then we're not being systematic. We're not doing things together, and that's been one of the problems that the state has had for a long time. So if we don't do it, they're going to tell us how to do it.
And I actually made it a point that our instructional coaches know the those 4 essential questions, and that they bring it to their PLCs. So want me to move forward, sir? Yeah. This slide just shows basically we started the school year. I was new to Dash the Dash plan myself, 90-day plan, but I was able to pass the test by PED, and now I'm a reviewer for our district. And all our school sites actually completed their 90-day plans, and all I can say is all of them consistently work towards their goals, and some of them are still have yet to complete the 60 and 90-day check-ins, but as per the 90-day plans, they all completed those. The next chart, so I was instructed to find out what % of our teachers actually use the DLPs. So I did not want to, this is actually a result of a survey that went out. So what I can tell you is some teachers understood the survey differently. Some teachers.
That happens.
They understand. That's why I have comments at the bottom right there. So district-wide, it shows like only 72%, 72.47% of our teachers are using the DLPs. Now, when I say DLPs, some thought of DLPs as teaching to the standards. Some thought of the DLPs as just the documents that they've gotten before, which might be lacking a few standards and all that. So there are some teachers understood the survey differently, and that's all I can say.
I think our secondary math departments wanted to change the order a little bit, right?
And all that. So, but if you look at the comments at the bottom, some of them say, we're teaching to the standards and are using the DLP as supplemental, because what I can tell you is this: all of our teachers are using the state standards in teaching their courses, at least those that have them, because not all courses in the district have state standards as of yet. We found that out when we created our CTE programs. Our state doesn't really have standards for some of those CTE courses yet, and so they were built for them.
What does DLP actually stand for?
District Learning Plan.
New jargon.
And And this summer, we plan on a convening of teachers from every grade level and every school site in the district to calibrate our DLPs, so they cover every standard that's actually tested at the end of the school year. So meaning we intend on including every state standard in our DLPs. So we're not leaving anything out.
And every year, every year education starts using new jargon. New word, new acronyms, and you gotta stay
The
on
very
top of
last
that.
one,
Lots of acronyms.
the very last one is our MLSS, I said a while ago. We used to have none in our synergy. This is actually a chart that I got from Synergy, which tells you how many tier 2 plans and tier 3 plans. These are wrong terms because we don't use tiers anymore. We use layers. In the new MLSS system, it's layer 2 and layer 3. Layer 2 is small group interventions. And then layer 3, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Grego, is more on the individualized
Well-
interventions, right? Like
They're both individualized. Tier 3 is intensive.
intensive, yeah.
It's what it's called, intensive, meaning there's, the check-ins are more frequently. And it is, and you should be monitoring their progress.
From 0 last year, we're up to,
It's intensive. Tier 3 is intensive.
and we're hoping as our teachers learn more about MLSS and the use of Synergy, these numbers will eventually be much more than what you see on the screen.
Did you say tier 2 was intensive?
No,
Tier
tier
3.
3 is intensive. Because tier 1 is universal, that's everybody. And then tier 2 is intervention, and with the hopes to move them back all into tier 1, and then tier 3 is intensive.
Any questions for me, sir?
Not right now.
I also included discipline data in the report that you have in your packets. But those numbers, some of those numbers are below 10. And so yeah, when we do our state reports, tester and all that, we were told if numbers are less than 10, we should deduct them, and so those will be for your reference.
What do you mean? Don't share them? Which I have a problem with.
You can't report them because they're,
Identifying information, yeah.
So we have to, we can't.
if there's one situation of a fight
Yes.
at Cabero, you might know who the kids are.
So
Gee.
to protect the students' identity.
Yes.
Handgun position? No, that was.
Correct.
And that data is the one that's been reported to the state.
This data,
Yes, sir. 40-day report.
what's your assessment of the data?
Tell you the truth, it's actually less than the previous years.
Yeah.
Is what I can see. There's a few schools that have a large number of them.
His presentation.
I know
Oh, okay.
it's because of the the initiatives that particular school is doing. Sometimes if you try to do new initiatives, there's a lot of you know what I mean, student. I'm not saying rebellion, but you know what I mean. Students do things to go against those, and but again, the numbers are lower than the previous years, is what I can say. At board day level.
This is one of the first years in a while
That's
that
60,
we've been fully staffed with our
69.
administration. And so we haven't had like a vacant assistant principal position. And so that's good for the consistency in the discipline as well.
Well, we can see certain kinds of behaviors are more frequent than others. We look at the far right grand total columns, we can see certain kinds of things that the kids are doing more frequent than others.
Do the tribes have access to this by tribal affiliation or no? No.
Not at this time.
So what you're saying is that it seems to be less, but we have to make an assessment, administrative assessment as to whether there's anything that needs to be done more than what we're doing now. And so that's what we need for you guys to do, is to look at this, analyze it, evaluate whether or not there's any issues that we need to uncover, whether it's at certain characteristics, certain factors, certain grade levels. Some students may be persisting. So then you go into there has to be some monitoring, there has to be the application of the student behavior discipline responses that we have, the hearings, the meetings that we have. Are the kids one-shot deals, whether they did something and they'll never do it again, kind of stuff, or are they persisting with it? And we should have, each one of the schools would implement their behavior conduct codes and have plans for these kids, interventions or consequences. Different there's drug violations, and these are all the codes that the state has set forth. So it's not unusual, it's not something that is hidden from the public, but
And the statistics overlap from like ethnicity to tribal affiliation, it's the same economic disadvantage. A lot of those are by ethnicity, so they overlap.
this is sort of an educative process. You're basically educating us about this. So the information is telling us the number of incidences. What I was pointing out is the need to have us understand what we've done to intervene or to remedy or to provide the necessary discipline. And that's what we need to understand, is whether we're addressing these so that these things are even more reduced down substantially. And if there's any kind of misconduct that is pervasive, is there a district-wide initiative to address that? Or is it a school-based initiative that needs to be focused on? I've not looked at it in that context. We have one on handgun possessions. That's one of the extremes. Tobacco use used to be probably something that used to be skyrocketing when I was in high school, smoking cigarettes.
But that can Some of these guys were in high school, they actually had a smoking section.
Was that the round?
Yep, at the round
Is it the round?
I was gonna
The
say,
red box in front of the round building.
That's it.
I remember we used to have a ditch and they knew where to find the smokers, you know.
Dr. Gunn?
I know. Yeah, anyway, I'm just, we're digressing, but
You're letting out your secrets.
you're just having to educate us more, just because the public wants to know, are we addressing these kinds of misbehaviors, and is it diminishing, or do we have effective ways of improving the behaviors of students and providing the appropriate kinds of consequences so that it is a safe place for kids to learn? That's what we would want you to educate us more about in the future, you know.
If I look at the data, it overlaps, and I'm looking at the spit by spit, same numbers. So can I conclude that most of these violations are being done by sped students?
I could not answer that question,
I think that's a stretch.
because I don't know all of the.
Yeah,
Or is it just a coincidence with the numbers?
Yeah, I'm
I
not.
think there's
privy to
just a
that.
coincidence that the numbers are, there's no correlation.
There's one chart there actually about if they have
IEP,
an IEP, yeah.
which chart is that? ELL,
And by sped,
SPED,
the same numbers,
They're all
13,
69 up through all the
yeah,
charts.
yeah.
Hold on, sir, let me find. My green level.
the grand totals are
The
They're all
same.
exactly the same.
the total district-wide. It's the internal numbers that differ.
The fifth table.
Okay, so the N and Y differ.
The N doesn't have an IEP, the Y has an IEP.
Okay, so an economic disadvantage, N means that
They're not,
Oh,
and Y means they
Y
are.
means they are.
Okay.
That's no and yes, yeah.
Then English learners, same thing, N, no IEPs. Y,
The Y are the English learners.
yeah, Y is there's only one. Someplace in the district.
I couldn't even begin to interpret that data.
And on the students with disabilities, the Y only has 20.
Now, are we required to report all of this? What does the state ask us to do this? Do they report out the discipline information like this? Okay,
That's the way it's reported as well.
because I couldn't figure out how English learner has a relationship to discipline.
If you look at all possible causality.
There's and you said most of the students in the district are economically disadvantaged, or that's how they're classified.
Yes, sir.
If you were to interpret this data, it would seem like that mostly all the ones that are incurring these fractions are economically disadvantaged. Which is most native, most ethnicity, most sped, most ELL.
Our students at risk.
If, on the economically disadvantaged, if everybody is disadvantaged, then why do we have an end column there?
It's actually about half. If you would go to the
Yeah.
charts earlier, it's about half. not everybody.
So if he says it's about half, then you're saying it's all. There's,
Well, no, it says it in the earlier. I should have been quick.
no, it's just puzzling, because there's one over there that has
All of our
economic
kids are.
disadvantage, and he said back there that all of them were economically disadvantaged.
Breaking down for IEPs or not IEPs.
Why don't you last shot at this?
I don't know.
Anyway, just puzzling.
Yeah.
It's our first time trying to take a look at this and figure it out, so.
And we don't release
Maybe
this
our
to anybody,
questioning-
right? Okay, It could be really misinterpreted by our different subgroups.
Well, no, the thing is, that all the coding is the same.
Yeah.
And so if you gotta differentiate, you gotta have the same number. And so,
Wasn't one of the school districts ran into a problem with the state with respect to how they were coding disciplines or reporting disciplines? Can't think of what it was, and a lot of it had to do with each school was responsible for documenting the incidences. And so you would, in the olden days, it'd be the school office staff who would put the information into something. Now we're doing it into a database that the state manages. And it goes right up to them, right?
No, it's in synergy.
In synergy. And so synergy, you are required to put it in,
Yep.
and it automatically goes in. And
And on the 40, the 80th one to meet, they will send those reports, the state gets them.
the state will get it.
And now that the state is using Nova Ed5, they can pull that data at any time they want from that system. Because our system syncs with Nova, with Ed5, yeah. So they're able to see it in real time.
before the 40, 80, 120 days, are you just going to see what it is that particular day?
They can see it in real time.
Okay, where I was going about half on this ELA math assessment by economic status. It was 560, 1282. I said about half. 302, 638, 345, 602, 200, 355.
It's page 10.
Same here.
Yeah.
If you're gonna count the economically disadvantaged, percentage is about half.
Anyway, help us in the future to figure this out.
So before they change it,
Yeah, well,
Change it next year.
I think it's really important for us to make sure that the bottom line is safe and orderly schools, safe for everybody. And the kids need to be,
They are struggling with Nova right now, so it could be different next year.
okay.
TED is
Apologize.
struggling with that. so.
It's 7:13 and I think Lorraine said she's going home at 7:15, at 7:30, so we better hustle along.
That's all I have. So,
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Coles, they are warmed up for you.
And announcing,
Ms. Coles is going to be presenting on the early college high school.
thank you.
She was eager to present last time and we ran out of time and she's gonna tell us what they're doing over at NMSU and what the Dragons are up to.
Okay, thank you Superintendent Widener. Hello, President O'Shaughnessy, and board members, and central office, welcome. I'm gonna present early college high school. Next one. That's for decoration, that's who we are.
Like it.
Our school. We began our journey in 2019. We have 47 students, grades 9 through 12. We have 5 Laguna, 4 Acoma, 6 Navajo, and 1 Ho from Washington. That tribe is from the Washington area. We are a staff of 5. 67% of our teachers are using the DLP. And that, the only reason it's 67% is because we don't have a DLP for science. We're housed at New Mexico State University in the McClure Hall building. We work closely with New Mexico State to help guide our students in planning their college pathways. Bless you.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
We work closely with all students to support their success. We focus on academic success, but we still have fun. Before we go to the next slide, I want to let you know that we are in touch with, we do weekly grade checks with our students. We check how they're doing in college. We know if they're behind on lessons. Since we only have 47 students, we can keep a tight rope on them and know what's going on. Our students wanted you to see some pictures of them during Spirit Week, wearing their flannels and sweater day, and they just had all kinds of days. And then most important, Thanksgiving, we had a big donation where we donated to the women's shelter, Roberta's Place. We gathered up baskets for the needy. We got a little, we got some praise in the paper on that one. On our dash plan, root cause challenges and interventions, was our data-driven instruction. We needed to look more into that and how we were collecting data and how we were using it. Our challenge was lack of motivation and transition between levels here at early college. Interventions, we started one-on-one help, breaking problems down to smaller steps, using real world applications, developing a growth mindset, using peer collaboration, and utilizing NMSU for free tutoring for all subjects. Just as the other high schools reported to you a couple of weeks ago that they were struggling with the students that they were getting, we got those same students coming from the outlining schools also. So we have had to get down and offer more one-on-one help and even look at MLSS for some of our students. Thanks. On our English AccuPlacer, I mean, not only do we teach the DLP, but we have to also get them ready for the AccuPlacer because there's no teachers at early college their junior and senior year. They're supposed to be taking college classes full-fledged 100%. Out of the English, 10 out of the 18 passed. 8 of the 18 are now working on extra writing activities. There are low-level kids. We're using the reading apprenticeship and SIOP strategies that the district's given us and that we're training on to help bring the reading levels up. We have the math AccuPlacer they just took. 7 out of the 18 freshmen passed. 11 of the 18 will continue to tutor and receive extra AccuPlacer practice because they will be retaking this again in the spring. The freshmen take their first college class in the spring session, and they're allowed to do it, not a math or an English, but they take that FYEX. It's just like college success, teaching them how to be in college. And then, so we get them ready, so that way their sophomore year, they'll take those, they'll have their AccuPlacers next year in the spring, and hopefully they'll be ready to jump right into English and math their sophomore year. Next. Just have to look at this energy data, our ELA, and that's just freshmen. We have 56 proficient, 35 nearing proficient, and 11% basic. Now, with 47 students, that tells you 2 students are below basic. Go to the next one. In math, 26 below, 29 proficient and advanced, and 45 nearing proficiency. Again, we have no far below basic, but we're working on getting those up far. Our sophomores, they take 2 early college classes and 2 regular NMSU classes. Juniors, we have 8 students that are taking 4 college classes and 1 student is working totally on Ingenuity. Seniors, 5 students are taking college classes, 4 of the 5 are getting an associate's degree, and 2 students will finish in Ingenuity, and 1 is expected to graduate in the summer of 2023. I just received the data from NMSU, and our students took 64 college classes between the sophomores, juniors, and seniors, and only 3 students will have to retake just one of those classes.
The Ingenuity, is that recovery classes or
It's not only recovery classes, but if they can't pass the Accuplacer to get in and do math, and then we put them in Ingenuity and get them caught up so they can at least graduate from high school. This coming up Thursday, we're having a celebration. We have 6 students that are well, they're not graduating, but they have a 4.0 at New Mexico State University. So the grades, they're really knocking it out of the water. We presented them with certificates, shirts, and Mexico State kicked in and gave them some prizes too. So we're really proud of them. They're doing good.
Now, are these high school courses or college courses?
This is college courses.
And they have to successfully pass the Accuplacer before they can take
Take
the college
these,
classes.
that's right. Next slide. Questions, those questions that Dr. Ashambo kind of wanted us to touch base on. We expect students to be on grade level. The DLP is helping our teachers as a guide, but students are behind and they're missing some of the building blocks from some of their subjects. 9th graders are struggling in reading and math. We have found that CLR and that SELPs, we have really started focusing on that. We had Sergeant Modest on December 5th come in and do an SEL and mental health assembly with the kids, constantly doing check-ins with them. We've even had students that if I need to call a counselor from another school, I have them come in and meet with them. So we've had a lot of social, emotional, that we haven't had in the years past, but this year they're asking for help. We found that grades don't always tell us what students know and what their struggles are. We discussed that too, 2 weeks ago with our other high schools. So we're going to not only look at grades, but we are gonna have to go back to the basics of testing those kids when we bring them in for, to interview them and accept them. We're gonna have to go through a change of how we process those kids in our school and see what they really know, what they don't know, what they're struggling in, not just looking at their past grades from the other schools. We use Synergy quarterly testing, Renaissance for math and ELA, juniors test on SAT and the state science exam. We have to reteach and offer tutoring and lunch. And we have tutoring offered in our building and up at NMSU. We are lucky because most of our students are high flyers. They have the college dual credit option. Like I said, we do weekly grade checks, not only with early college grades, but with NMSU. And we do have access to their grades, assignments, and by using consistent contact with NMSU. Our first graduating class, a lot of you know we had 10 graduates, 5 associates. We have 5 graduates expected in May 24, 1 graduate June 2024, 9 graduates in 25, and then we brought up our enrollment for our freshmen and sophomore classes, 14 graduates for the sophomores May 26th, and 18 graduates hopefully for May 27th. And that's it. Thank you.
Stay. This is, it is one of our, this is the time when you're educating us, giving us a better picture of the whole school district. Delton gave us the data that reflected ELA and math, discipline, attendance, and so forth. And we always ordinarily think about regular school settings. But here we've been providing an option for high school students. And I just, when you think about the program, how do you state its value to our community to have your program?
I think it has a lot of value, because what it's doing is it's helping our kids not only get a high school diploma, but an associate's degree. And especially those ones that are motivated, want to push themselves. I think it's great for our community, and to have that collaboration with Mexico State University.
Board members, comments?
Observations.
Observations.
And it was great to see the kids that had their associate's degree as well, was Rogers. Do you see more kids coming to this program, or would you hope that more kids would come to this
I
program?
want more
More?
kids.
I would hope so too.
I want more kids, and really, I'm surprised at the people that don't really know about us. So we're really trying to push and get our name out there and let them know, you know, we
This
are
is-
a part of Grand Smollett County Schools, and this is an option for your student.
A great alternative, yes.
Mhm.
It comes with the perks of just graduating, you can get a
College
progressive
courses.
degree through membership.
Will you offer 5 associate pathways?
Yeah, they've been, so far, we have like business, legal, associates of arts, associates of science. So,
You have a CNA recognition student.
yeah, the CNA. So they're kind of adding and taking away, just depending on, you know, if they can get professors in. And they've really been trying to get us one-on-one, you know, more one-on-one classes instead of all virtual, since our students are struggling, you know, doing everything online. So we've been working with NMSU on that too.
So are these students coming to you, as they dropped out of high school, or no,
They're coming from our feeder schools. We interviewed them from Los Alamitos, what's that little school?
Laguna Middle School, do you go?
Haku, St. Joe, St. Teresa. And we too have noticed the kids coming from those outlying schools are needing more help. More help than our kids from DCC does. We noticed.
so do they, I know college courses or colleges require them to have a high school diploma or GED. Do you bypass that in order for them to
Now,
take?
we bypass that by giving them the AccuPlacer. And then the college accepts them, and then if they go to get a D or an F, we put them on probation. And then they're only allowed to take 1 class. And they give them many chances to get up there and get back on their feet. But now they ain't gonna get an associate's without a high school diploma.
Yeah.
We tell them that, you just forget it, so. Cause we have a lot that just really move up there in the college and then they're kind of slacking on their high school, and I'm like, you gotta have one before you get the others.
Any other comments? Lane,
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Colson.
Well done.
Our next report is gonna be Mr. Triplehorn and I. As you all know, we are in the process of trying to purchase the old Continental Divide building. And we are planning to utilize that as our student support building. And so, Mr. Triplehorn and I have been working with Mr. Hayes. Mr. Hayes, that's part of your legacy as a board member. You helped us a lot with the vetting of the building, looking at the building. We are, now we're ready to remodel it and start using it for student support. So, Mr. Triplehorn, would you like to?
Yeah, so the first thing we want to talk about is the potential departments that are going to be housed there. The other part that was asked of me was the remodel plan, the estimated timeline of work, and of course, the estimated cost and when we might be moving in. So some of the departments that we are tentatively looking at are maintenance, safety and security, student nutrition, technology, transportation, receiving and delivering nursing services, and we're still Ms. Griego and I still need to look at the floor plans and see if we can fit like admin services for special ed there possibly, so. Of course, maintenance is currently located over there by St. Teresa's. We also have the Quonset hut that's over here on Second Street, that the guys, we keep parts there, and the guys have a little workshop there. And so we're also looking at moving everyone out of that area at Second Street to one of the shops up at Continental Divide Electric, so everything will be housed there on site. Right now, we have a problem with, sometimes the guys like to go there and hang around a little early before they're supposed to get off, and unless I'm driving by or Greg's driving by, no one sees it, or I get a call from someone like, why is there 5 trucks at the Quonset hut, and it's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So it's a little bit more accountability for the department. Safety and security, and I spelled security wrong, I just noticed.
All the
Is-
letters are there.
Yeah, all the letters are there. I'm just a little discombobulated today, so. Safety and security is just one office. Mr. Hawker is our district safety and security officer, so he'll be housed there on site with me. He's currently housed at the St. Teresa, or the office down there with me now. Student nutrition offices, currently they're located on Second Street at the food service warehouse. We'll be moving those offices to that building as well. So the departments that I oversee, I'll have basically all of my coordinators right there in one building, so I can meet with them easier. We'll still maintain the warehouse down there because that's a new warehouse. It costs a fortune to move it up there, so. The next one is gonna be the technology department. So technology department offices are gonna be up there. We are still gonna maintain the network, excuse me, the data center on its current location because it's located in a portable there right now. Excuse me, and when we looked at moving that component of the technology department up there, we still have money that's currently tied in with E-rate to its current location. So if we were to move it, we would have to reimburse E-rate for that money that we used to build that. So we're gonna leave the data center where it's at for the time being. And then later down the road, we will move it up to the Continental Divide building or the Student Support Center. Transportation offices are obviously gonna be there. We will have all the white fleet vehicles there. The buses will still be in the yard down below. There will be a little bit more room now because there'll be, none of the white fleet vehicles will be down there, so we'll have some extra room for the buses and whatnot. Receiving and delivery, right now, Paul has a little warehouse there by the food service warehouse. Little tiny thing, and so he's gonna have a nice receiving dock up there at that building. We will still maintain the big bulk order warehouse, which is right across the street, where we keep all the toilet paper and paper towels and that kind of stuff. Because that, again, that's a new warehouse as well. Might as well continue to use it. It'll just be used for storage for those items. Nursing services, we already have an area lined out up there in that building for them. And all these departments have been up there to look at this building as well. I think when Mr. Hayes was there, we brought a lot of those departments with us.
They were trying to itemize which one is going to.
Yeah, they were already picking which ones they were gonna have. So, and then the next one, like I said, is special education. Ms. Griego has some unique needs that she has. So we're gonna work on that together. If we can come up with a good plan that works for her department as well, then they may be housed up there as well, part of their
There is a great meeting room, so if they wanted to have IEPs and
there's several meeting rooms in there.
families come there,
There's a room in there that's about this size, that was their boardroom. And so we're gonna turn that into a training center, so it'll be an additional PD site for people. So the remodeling plan, upon closing, so we're gonna go into escrow Thursday. 30-day escrow, so we should close on this building hopefully, or 30 days from then, so middle to late January. I already have a general contractor lined up that has state contract that can come in and do the design as well as the remodel work, and then bring in all the mechanical engineers for the HVAC upgrades. So I already have that person lined up. So as soon as we close on this, we will start coming up with the plans of how we're gonna remodel the building. We're not really gonna be taking out any walls. We may be adding some partitions here and there. We're gonna be mainly doing a cosmetic and some electrical upgrades in the building as well as data services inside the building. Those will all be run in the drop ceiling when we close that in. Excuse me. The other thing that we will do when we start designing the remodel is we'll bring in each department and say, okay, this is gonna be your area here, or this is the area you want. So, what do you want as far as, the finish in the rooms? I would like to keep it as little as possible, a little amount of carpet as possible, because carpet's hard to clean, so we're looking at solid surface floors like LVT, which is the stuff that's in the hallway down here, stuff like that. Maybe doing accent walls in the offices and the other spaces, but keeping kind of a common theme throughout the building. So that it looks the same, walking in, the nurses have pink walls and maintenance has purple walls and, so. And then we'll begin, so we'll get the estimate once we come up with that design. We've set a budget for the remodel. And so when we're doing the design, the contractor will know the budget that we're working within. And so we will probably have a little back and forth. We'll go and price it out with what we want. And then we'll come back and price it out with what we can afford. So, and then we're looking at probably a 7 month remodel on it, because it's mostly cosmetic. So we're looking at a move in possibly around the August timeframe. So budget estimate for the remodel is $1 million. All of this money that we're using for this purchase, as well as the remodel, comes from an allocation that we got from PSFA last year of 1.7 million, 1.79 or something like that. So it leaves, we still have a little wiggle room in there. So if we go over a little bit on the remodel budget, we can handle it. So that is my update on the Continental Divide Electric building, soon to be known as the Student Support Center. Any questions?
Any questions, comments?
I think this saved the district a couple $1 million.
It did. It did.
We appreciate everybody's input and push forward to use that space. It's a great space, it's a great location, so.
And a lot of land.
So,
Okay, let me ask this question. So you're saying 6 to 7 months, are all the administrative offices for these different departments going to be located there?
Correct.
Okay, and then which part, I understand that, you're committed to keeping that building over there for IT. Are you presuming that they're gonna come in at a later date and have you, in your remodel plans, are you saving a space for them? Is it gonna require another part of cost to wire it, like they have wired over here at the IT building right now?
So the IT department, the employees will be housed there from the get-go, okay? The only thing that will not be housed there is the data center, which is all the servers and stuff, okay? So my plan is later down the road, and it will be an additional cost later down the road, is to take their current big portable that they're in, move that up there to the site, relocate all the servers and upgrade the air conditioning and all that stuff into that new building. And we can do that with E-rate money later down the road, in a few years down the road.
And you set aside a portion of the site to eventually move the station up there?
Yes, so if you've driven by there, there's a little area back there that has like 2 trucks parked against the fence, kind of close to the current property for the buses. And that is where we would put that data center, and then it would be connected to the building.
And currently, they had their network system in there. And so there is a network room inside the building.
There is one, it's a little small for our needs. And we may, as things go along, we get fewer and fewer servers because technology gets better. And so we may be able to rack all of our equipment in our current server space that Continental Divide ran Red Bolt out of, so.
No.
But right now, we can't move any of that equipment because then we have to pay back E-rate. So,
So that's the reason why you're gonna have to phase that in.
yes, sir.
That's all the hardware.
All the hardware.
that. Okay, I didn't understand that. When you said, what you had said, the data center. And, because I think what we always typically think of is, are the tech people.
Oh, yeah,
In
yeah.
that long, and they're all in there and then they're out. And they have boxes all over the place and so all of that's gonna be moved, so they will be, their service center will be in the new facility. And they'll be all there. And how will they ensure that the data center will be functional?
So the data center is very rarely even entered.
Okay.
It's all monitored remotely. So they might go into the data center once a month. So,
Because it doesn't, I can't picture it.
Yeah.
And so
So-
that's the problem. I just figured it must be some real hardware cables and
so it's a
wires
bunch
and
of
stuff.
racks and it has a bunch of equipment in it, a bunch of cables. But yeah, they monitor that all through their laptops. They get alerts if anything goes down. They can reset it they don't even have to go inside to reset it. They can reset it from their computers.
Take us by there sometime.
Yeah.
It's been a
So-
while since I've been down there, so I
Yeah.
don't know.
So when you wanna go, let me know because I don't think Mr. Wagner has a key. There's only 2 keys to get into the data center, so. I have one.
Whoa.
So,
Are you going to give us,
I've also-
once the company, whatever is gonna do the remodeling, are you gonna present that budget to us for approval or
yes, we will have to,
It's a contract, so.
It'll be bids.
will be bids, okay? But we'd still like to
The
see,
PO will have to.
Yeah, well, you'll
Bring that to the board.
report back the design, final
Correct, yeah, I'll
designing
keep
and
you
the
up to date. We'll get
engineering
some
and then
nice
the
boards made up.
contract, all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Pictures.
So that's gonna be like, January, February?
We probably will be done with design, I'm hoping by the end of March. Cause it's gonna take a little while to get all the departments to come in and come,
That's sensible.
yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
that's a question I have for Ms. Griego. I know that with special ed, there's a certain amount of confidentiality that needs to be paid attention to, so you're, I guess, comfortable with how it's gonna all be centered.
We're still.
That's why we're still talking
Yeah.
about that, so.
Okay.
We haven't-
There are
We haven't made peace yet.
3 vaults in that building.
You're gonna get housed in one of them.
Yeah.
I mean, as much as they think my department is small, me and a few people,
No,
but we've got records. I mean, I would need like a vault. I mean, I have records that could fit in this room and maximize it, so.
That's gonna be a key determination because those records are then only accessible to certain personnel and then to this, at the state level
There's a
and
lot
then
of
to parents, yeah.
confidentiality.
They have to be maintained for X amount of years.
Yeah,
Correct.
so.
So that's why we're still in negotiations on it.
Our-
She wants 20 offices. I can't give her 20 offices, so
You can't
That's-
have 8 by 10.
That means
Cubicles.
nobody over there.
it would be the special ed building.
Well,
So-
thank you for the report.
Yes,
Gives
sir.
us an idea and,
And I will definitely keep you guys in the loop and keep doing presentations.
all right, thank you. Mr. Whitner.
As you all probably are aware, I think I've kind of been reporting out, we've had some heating issues. We came back from Thanksgiving and a lot of our schools, a lot of our classrooms were cold. And so, Mr. Triplehorn and I and Mr. Maldonado have been working a lot. I've been on the campuses in the cold rooms. I can tell you which rooms are cold, which teachers are struggling with cold rooms. And it's multiple schools where we've had this problem. It's kind of been a systematic problem for several years because we didn't maintain our systems. We had a contract with TLC and they came and worked for us and they did stuff and then they didn't follow through on stuff. And then we have partnered with several other companies through the last few years, trying to make sure that we have good heating and cooling. As you probably remember, we struggle in the summer with cooling. And so we're at a better place now. since we were at Thanksgiving, there, as you know, our boardroom's cold tonight. We had TLC here this afternoon, and so Ron and Steve and I continue to work with those contracts, and you know, are they doing the job that they said they were gonna do? Are they getting it working? And we keep revisiting that. So Mr. Triplehorn, do you wanna add anything?
Yeah, so like Mr. Widener said, we have been looking at those contracts. We have actually severed ties with one of the contractors that was doing work for us because they weren't performing to what I would consider what they said they should be offering us.
What contractor was that?
That was Comfort Systems. So their contract will be terminated as of January 30th with us. Because we already had obligated through that time frame with them. So those, we had already pulled, Grants High School was Comfort Systems. We had pulled that earlier in the year from them and gave it to Conti Energy. And Conti Energy has done a fabulous job with Grants High School. They've saved us several $100,000 over what Comfort Systems was saying it was gonna cost to fix things there. And so we've taken those other two schools that Comfort Systems had, which was Mount Taylor and Milan, and we'll be giving those to Conti Energy as well, starting February 1. TLC is the other contractor that we're working with. As those of you that, you know, hear about the Laguna Acoma High School saga, that contractor was responsible for that project along with Honeywell Controls. And we've had tons of issues with the controls talking to the units. I had Greg out there with Honeywell for 3 days going through and making sure everything was working. And then Honeywell or TLC came in and said, no, this isn't working because it's Honeywell. So we got a meeting with Honeywell and TLC together and said, get your crap together and figure it out. And so, and then Greg just yesterday was out at Laguna again, trying to figure out on our computer, because the way Honeywell labeled things, we weren't sure when we turned this off, whose room it did. And so he went out with someone and they went on the roof and he'd go, okay, I'm turning this one on. Okay, it's for this classroom. So we have that all sorted out now. So there are still a couple units at Laguna that some parts went out on those units. They're new, they're under a year old, so they're still under warranties. TLC had to order parts for them. But we've bypassed some of those settings in order to get those units to work. Like one of them was a thermostat control, so we just bypassed that so that heater is on all the time. And we set it at a lower temperature. So that's where we're at. Laguna, Grants High School, we'll be putting the new cooling tower in on that building February 12th. And it's about a 3-week job. They'll be done with it by March. And then also right before Thanksgiving or right after Thanksgiving, we had 3 boilers go down at Los Alamitos Middle School. We had to replace 3 boilers at $35,000. We got those up and going last Wednesday night at about 2 o'clock in the morning. So the next Thursday when they came in that morning, the building was warm. So we've had some challenging issues. One of the things that is a challenge for Grants is our water here is super hard. And a lot of our heating and cooling systems are water-based systems. And so my push over the next few years is to move away from those water-based systems and move to something that is not water-based, so electrical or natural gas or whatever. So we just had 2 boilers go down at Grants High as well yesterday, so.
Do we have that same issue at Laguna Aqua with the water? Because I know the water out there is pretty,
So Laguna Acoma's system is no longer water-based. It was, and so now it's all electric and natural gas. So
what about those parts you're talking about TLC has ordered? Did we give them a timeline? I know the last time we were waiting a month for parts.
well, and that's the thing is when you order parts for coolers or heaters, you're at the mercy of the manufacturer. Some parts they have in stock, some of them they have to bring in from China. So, I mean, I can give them a time frame, but most likely they're not gonna be able to make it because they're at the mercy of their suppliers. And I would have the same problem if I ordered it myself.
So
So,
is there one company that's gonna provide all these services, so we don't have to have TLC, Honeywell, Comfort Systems, what's the other one?
Conti.
Conti,
so that is something that Mr. Widener and Mr. Maldonado and I talked about this week. I would like to have one company that I deal with. And so at the end of the year, we're gonna be putting out an RFP for HVAC services, and we will award it to one contractor. And it's probably not gonna be Comfort Systems or TLC.
And they will maintain our system, and then that way we don't have these issues that we run into.
And that way I have one point of contact when I wanna chew on someone's back end because they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. I can call them and tell them, what gives, so.
that's the reason I had concern with the consent agenda, because I kept seeing those reoccurring costs from TLC that they said they fixed this and it still wasn't fixed, and I just would absolutely refuse to work with TLC if they're going to be that inconsistent and cause, this is not something that's just happened this year. It's been going on for at least 3-4 years. That system has not worked, and we've utilized TLC for those number of years. And it's a wasted money, because if you listen to the staff, those guys come out there and sit around for 3-4 hours and then they leave.
So TLC was always approached me to do business with me at the other school district I was at. And I never worked with TLC because I had them do some work for me one time and I was not happy with them. So I have the experience of working with those contractors, and I know which ones can do what they say they can do and which ones are just giving me lip service. So, yeah, so TLC, the other thing is Honeywell controls were something that were told to be put on that system. And Honeywell controls are very, very complicated control systems. And so that's what's causing us some issues out at Laguna as well, is that those thermostats that control those are super complex, and there's a lot of programming that goes into them and stuff, so. But we spent $300,000 putting them in, so we gotta make them work, so.
We didn't know that beforehand, that they would not work with the TLC systems.
Well, they'll work with the TLC system, it's just, they're super complex. And I don't have the technical savvy people on staff here to work with those controls. They're too complex. I voiced those concerns before we put those in, and I was told to put them in, so.
If you could just keep us informed,
I
because
will.
maybe like Mr. Hayes knows certain things about certain companies,
Right.
and so, I'm
No,
pretty
so that is
sure
our
Mr.
goal, is
Jones
to
is
move to
leaving,
one
but-
contractor, so.
We
I don't-
want one company that we can go to that, if you promise us something and you tell us you're gonna do a job, we want you to do the job.
I'm just,
Is
That-
Conti the one who worked on Los Alamitos?
Conti, well, TLC still has Conti, or TLC still has Los Alamitos right now.
What about Grants High School?
Conti Energy.
Okay, are they the ones installing this in February?
Yes, sir.
did you get, he didn't done the gym,
We,
At LA?
Yeah.
Yes,
and that's fixed, and
yes,
And that was a
that was a control
that
issue,
was a Honeywell issue, so.
but we got it fixed.
those are most of the complaints that are filling my phone up with messages are those complaints from parents and from schools that say they have to go play, they've never had to play in an atmosphere like that before.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Whiter?
Our final presentation kind of leads into the action item, where we talked about utilizing our learning loss ESSER funds. As Mr. Maldonado mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, we had ESSER funds that we were awarded after COVID relief. The total amount that we have is around 4 million, you said, Mr. Maldonado?
remaining, yes.
remaining. Out of that 4,900,000 of that was earmarked for the Pueblo Learning Lot.
No, sir, I'm sorry. The 4 million did not include the 900,000 learning loss.
Okay, so there is 4,900,000.
Correct.
And the $4 million, the board met on the budget. You guys, this was before I was in this chair. You guys kind of set the budget for those ESSER funds to go to career technical education. So the $4 million that remains will go to career technical education. And so you've seen in there kind of some of the big ideas for that $4 million that we want a CTE center, we want greenhouses, we want a community kind of farm kind of thing. We want some of the CTE tie-in that gets our students those hands-on experiences, right? So we have $900,000 that remains, and what we'd like to do with that, to work with Learn Ross, we would like to partner with our local tribes, our local communities. We want to, Dr. Martin was talking about the STAR assessments a while ago. We want to be able to offer that to the students at Laguna Middle School. We want them to be able to take those STAR assessments and see if they're ready for high school at Laguna Acoma High School. We want to provide tutoring in the communities. We want to send our teachers out into the communities to support the students in algebra, math instruction, fractions, and that kind of learning that they need tutoring for. We want to extend our online courses, such as our Edgenuity programs. We want to, when we met with the Acoma leadership, they invited us to come and utilize some of the computer labs out there and have a computer center for our students to be able to go and complete their courses and do credit recovery or take additional classes that will help them to advance. We want to be able to provide online subscription programs for IXL for math, science, language arts, and social studies. All grades, pre-K through 12. We want to provide professional development opportunities. We've talked about some of the SEL trainings, and we want to invite our education partners from the LDOE, ADOE. We want to invite them to be able to come be part of our professional development. If we do trainings on assessments, we want to involve those stakeholders in our professional development. Extended learning time. We currently, in all of our schools, we're offering extended learning time, but we'd like to take that out to the Pueblos as well, and the reservation. Dr. Archambault and I, a few weeks ago, we attended literacy night at Mesa View Elementary, and they were doing kindergarten literacy. And we'd like to see some of those kind of family engagement gatherings at our schools, out in the communities, and we'd like to have family engagement meetings nights, literacy nights, math nights, where families are involved in student learning. And again, we want to provide SEL. That's a big part of our strategic plan is social emotional learning. And so we want to be able to help our stakeholders be part of the social emotional learning and take that to the communities.
Excuse me, we have those?
Yes.
In our folders, we have them.
I think so, I thought I saw him.
Looking.
Hold on a sec.
I can go make copies.
Yeah. I made 9 copies.
Huh?
I made 9
Yeah,
copies.
these are the ones that weren't they stapled?
Yes.
Yeah, they should be in your packet, they're stapled.
After what? Because I don't.
I was having a hard time finding mine too, Miss Daly.
Is it the action item? I'm looking for the green
The green band.
RFP evaluation that's got green on it, but I don't have anything else.
I'll go make another copy, but
It's okay,
Do you have one?
no, but,
they were stapled, Mr. Maldonado made it for me.
I don't have one.
I can send some right now for you.
This one.
okay. If you don't mind, that gives me a chance to take
Yeah.
Okay.
a break, a little short break.
The only one
kids.
green is this one.
Too much coffee and too much water.
Sorry, I got all dry.
There's yours, because he's gonna make copies. That is odd, where did they go? Oh, no, it was the RFP evaluation that was stapled.
I'll do them right now.
We all need to stand up anyway.
Ron, you still there? We're getting copies for everybody.
Make sure you're still there.
problem. I'm okay.
Okay.
Darn it, Mrs. Jones.
Yes.
I lost the bet.
That you would get done early.
I said we'd be done by 8 o'clock.
Sure.
What are you smoking?
Yeah, I'm gonna adjust it later.
We can move pretty fast from here, I think.
Yeah.
Hey, remember, I said
I've learned not.
What did you say?
predict
I said
time.
more than 2.5. More than 2.
Oh, I thought you said 10 o'clock. I'm
I
like,
said 2.5, so my time is just over.
And I said more than 2.
No, Councilman.
I took the over on the 2.5, remember?
Yeah, you did.
I told my dad I wouldn't be there till after 9.
Thursday off and we got Friday off. Friday and Monday are Eve and Christmas city holidays. But my time at the city is short. No time.
Oh, you are? Me too.
Very rich. 29.
I'm gonna have to work till
You're
about
not
noon
sick?
on the day they bury me.
Yeah. Where are you going?
Whatever the hell I want.
Well, I'm still gonna have to work at home, but
Month of January, I'm using up all of my accumulated sick leave that I can use.
Really?
Thank you, my physician gave me a doctor's note for a month.
I have one.
Who else wants one?
Ouch. 15 years is enough, chief.
15 years as chief, that's a.
Who will replace you?
Whoever they want to put.
You
it.
want
Oh,
one?
you don't know.
Oh, I will
Did you
not
get
make,
another? How you doing?
I will not make a recommendation.
Good.
You-
Okay.
I think Dr. Martin gave me his cold.
Go out and see who
I
wants
gave
the
him
position, as
some.
opposed to just saying tag wrist.
You want a cough drop?
I don't know if they'll do that either. There's a lot of work ahead for the city coming up for emergency services, they just don't know.
Yeah.
I have 3 projects in the hopper that I will want to get to see. I got a grant for a Bay 5, to house a new ladder truck that I'm hoping this legislature will let us buy. And I got appropriations for a safe haven baby box for the station. Of all things. So, we'll be talking about them tomorrow.
So if you go to the last page, that kind of shows where the money will be spent and how we're gonna partner with everybody.
We're not ready yet.
It's supposed to snow tomorrow.
Is it?
thought it was supposed to be raining.
How
I don't
many
know.
people?
50% chance, whatever it is.
Really?
Is it rain?
I said earlier,
I
but
want the snow in the mountains, that's all I say.
This tastes like a cigarette.
Then I don't want nothing to do with it. I'm not sure what one tastes like, but it just said, yeah, 50% chance of snow showers, but 50 degrees.
Menthol.
So that's rain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
good. I don't like to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning when it snows.
It says 0 snow accumulation.
I'm having water. I'm good.
Thank you.
Does anyone else want a drink?
I'm good, thank you.
There's Sprite and Diet Coke left.
I had 2. That's enough for me.
Is it a Dr.
Something to
Pepper?
drink? There's Sprite, Diet Coke, and water. Or you could have the, or you could have this Dr. Pepper. It's full-fledged sugar.
My bed alarm is usually going off about this time.
Mr. White, do we have to do anything about item B in action?
You love that sound.
Just
Okay,
action.
it sounds like we're out of par.
I don't see anything in this pile here.
We're
Number 6B.
really just kind of based off Ron's, I guess we just say,
That goes right in hand with his.
yeah. Yeah,
Get on
I guess we just vote to tell him to
move forward.
get it remodeled.
For my break, back for my break, let's continue on and just wrap this one up, E.
That, so the last page of the packet that you all received talks about kind of where the money's gonna go. It'll go into the credit recovery programs, it'll go into the alignment of the assessments, the physics in a box. These are labs that we can buy district-wide, classroom by classroom. And it's gonna strengthen the kids' math. And it's hands-on labs that we wanna have in every classroom. And so that's something else that we wanna purchase that will hopefully help improve our math scores.
This is grades K through 12, even
Correct.
in other school districts?
It'll be like the physics in a box.
Yeah.
We just ordered up the upper grades, like upper elementary, it starts upper elementary, then
That's correct. That's
So,
correct.
These
So it's
are,
fourth grade on.
You'll-
it's, yeah, upper elementary.
you'll get back with the tribes to fine tune and get your last. Okay, I think that, and you know how Acoma is going through their transition, so that gives, they probably would appreciate a little time
Feedback.
to get back with them on these things. So my assumption is that when you say propose, you're saying basically they're preliminary until you're able to, because we won't be meeting until the 16th to report back. So you have about almost a month minus two. this
And you're making
Christmas
sure
break.
they have the guidelines so that we don't fall into that
Oh.
problem area that we did with the, because when I looked at Laguna's proposal, it had very little attention paid to Laguna students and what services they were going to be, not just in Laguna, but also in the, we have Laguna students that attend grants. And so I can see where it didn't feel the donation clause, or it failed the donation clause.
Correct.
And they told me that they didn't receive guidelines from us on how to structure their proposal. So I said, okay.
And what they're saying now is we couldn't just give them the money.
Yeah,
But here we can give them professional development, we can give them curriculum, we can give them assessments. And so
you know what term they use when I
it
spoke with
really
them?
will be more partnership.
Term they used when I spoke with them, Indian givers.
We'll make it good.
Let's
It'll be-
go on to action items.
We got finished with this one after we went to all the trouble to copy it.
At least it's it's something.
Better
So
than,
do this,
Of learning
not
loss.
just,
You'll have to.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna. put that in.
And so, under action item 8, we just talked about the learning loss ESSER funds, $900,000. Lots of partnering, and so
Okay. We're entertain a motion to consider approval of the funding proposal priorities for ESSER learning loss funds.
excuse me, Doctor,
Yes.
where you take the vote, do we have a spokesperson that you meet with that's going to handle these activities, like somebody from the tribe and then somebody from here?
I would say that probably our partnering will be more with Laguna Department of Education. So it would probably be the Dr. Suman. And
And not Kim, what's his name?
not Kip. Kip is he I mean, the governor has asked that I keep him in the loop, so I will let Kip know what we're doing.
He's a lawyer, but says it all.
So Ms. Daly, you guys give some quality assurance, quality control.
Yes.
There you go.
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead
No, no,
and with
it's a
your vote.
clarification as well.
I'm going to
Now you're looking.
entertain a motion.
That's the recommendation.
Do we get a recommendation for
We
you?
did not.
Recommendation for you?
I recommend that we approve the funding proposal priorities.
I make a motion.
Are we also giving Navajo?
Correct. We will be reaching out to all of our external communities.
There's a second to that, noise.
Second.
Second by Committee Daly.
That's wrong.
Discussion? The one thing that I would suggest you do is that when you talk about professional development opportunities, that they can participate, they can propose. I'm assuming that you're gonna ask them to give you additional feedback. Okay. Seeing no further discussion, roll call.
Dr. Guyer Shabbo?
Yes?
Emily Hunt Daly?
Yes.
Robert Case?
Yes.
Richard Jones?
Aye.
Ron Ortiz?
I think that's him. Let's give it feedback.
You both have your computers on.
Minus.
Ron?
He's muted. Oh, they muted?
I muted him because his mic was making.
Can you unmute him? Well, he unmuted. No, he didn't.
There I am.
How did you vote?
You know what we're voting on.
Good job. Hear us.
Okay.
Okay, were you ready? I'm just wondering, I was waiting for Ron to say something, but I guess he
Did a
didn't.
couple things.
All right, roll call, please.
We did that.
We did already.
Did we? Okay. Excuse me. I was just waiting for Ron.
On
Motion carries. Let's continue on.
action item B, I recommend that we approve the plan for the modifications of the student services building.
No, wait a minute, we haven't even gotten the remodeling plan yet.
Yeah, he gave it to me.
But not
There's no
specific.
cost. We're just
Yeah.
allowing them to go forward with the
I'd
process.
like to see what they're doing before I approve anything.
Well, we need to, Mr. President, we need to allow him to get
Yeah.
a firm to come in and tell us. So I think that's what we're giving consent for tonight.
Are you, are we actually doing a modification or are we?
It'll be a remodel. It'll be a remodel. And we will have mock-ups and we will have designs.
Will, but tonight, what?
Tonight, we just want approval to remodel the building.
Can I point something out, sir?
Clarify.
When we approved the purchase of the building, you also approved the remodel component of it for the total cost of 1.7, or budget
Yeah.
of 1.7. So it really, this is just informational in
Yes.
terms, we will bring back to you the actual cost proposals and the design, those types of things, for you to approve those purchase orders. But you've already approved the overarching budget, if you may.
Mr. Weiner, then it doesn't seem like it's necessary for us to
Take action.
take action on it, because you basically, he said it's already been done, you're just basically updating us on that. This is just in the case that there might have been some possible modifications that was different from the only thing that was different is possibly, well, no, there isn't, you just still are reassessing what's feasible and going forward, so we don't need to have an action item on this, but thank you, Emily, for clarifying that.
We will come with the monetary.
Mr.
We need to hear from.
Mr. White,
like,
Mr. Jones?
Okay, it's on here. We did not table it. We can choose to just not take action, but you can't just table it.
So consideration for approval of a modification of student service building plan. Did we take a motion on it?
We have not,
Okay,
and we can choose not to.
we can choose not to.
You can ask for one.
I'm gonna ask for one, but if we choose not to, then that's gonna stand. Is there a motion to that effect? Seeing none, there's no action to be considered for this.
There you go.
Let's go to C.
Item C, we had a finance committee meeting yesterday where we talked about the request for proposals to build the new Mesa View Elementary School. When looking at the bond election, we were looking at the bond passed for over $50 million. And so we were, sorry.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to correct you, but the bond was for $20 million. We were anticipating the cost to be $55 million for the building. Our share would be 26% of that.
So 55. And our
We
share-
anticipated $55 million. The architect, when we put out the RFP, anticipated just over 37 million for the building. So if you look at that packet, can I proceed then? I just walked through this? Okay. If you look at that packet, here's how we did the evaluation. We fielded the RFP for over 30 days. We did a pre-proposal meeting with contractors so that Ron and the architects could talk about some of the details of the building itself and some of the complexities of the location. We also had 10 days to do questions and answers from potential bidders that went to the architect and to Mr. Triplehorn. We then received the bids on Tuesday of last week. We got 2 bids. Thursday of last week, we had a team of 4 staff members, which included Mr. Triplehorn, myself, Jerry Noto, and Nicole Stevens, who's also a certified procurement officer. We also had the representative from PSFA and the architect there. And the process is, we get these big books and we go through it and we individually score each one quietly, going through it and score it ourselves individually without discussion. We then tabulate all of the information here, and so and in the tabulation, this is how the final action is taken in terms of a recommendation to the superintendent to bring to the board. So here's the actual tabulation matrix. You can see that the price was 40% of the overall scoring component. So 60% was actually based on capabilities, based on all of these things that were in these tabs here. Did they include everything in the tab? Did we evaluate them and determine that they would be able to handle a building of this scope, that kind of thing? And we did that individually, and so then when we put this into the matrix, it automatically counts and tabulates the score. You can see under Murphy Builders, which is a very good contractor, they scored 913.96 points here, and the price being 371, they were over $2 million more than the lowest bid. You can see the price there. And then in your packet, I showed you the matrix of how much it was. They were 36 million some odd dollars, still lower than the architect's bid estimate, but higher than Bradbury STEM. As you can see, their score came out 962.83, which then the committee recommended to Mr. Widener. That was the choice for us to bring to the board so that we could start the contract negotiation.
My recommendation to the board would be that we approve the contract for Bradbury STEM in the amount of $34,104,000.
Before we discuss anything else, let's take a motion on that. Is there, do
Discuss.
you want to discuss it further?
Well, just one thing is that having it come under the 55 anticipated costs saved the district
$5 million.
$5 million. So our share on this project will be, instead of 13.5 million, 8.5 million. So that frees up some bond money to do other projects.
That's outstanding.
It's a win-win-win.
It's
So I make a
surprising.
motion, we approve.
Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
Seconded. Motion is made by Richard Jones and seconded by Ron Ortiz to approve this. Is there a discussion? Any questions? Now's the time to ask. Also, is the process is appreciated for you to show the actual outline of how bids are reviewed and scored. That was critical. That basically will support any possible question by anybody about it. We followed the process. which is what is required by the state.
Yes.
And and they were there, we had a representative from PSFA here to participate in that. Any questions?
So the price that they're giving us, that there's no leeway. If they come up with a higher cost for something out, they're stuck to this price.
Yes and no. So during the project, we always run into things where we have to change things. And so what the state will actually do is we will actually have a contingency fund built into this project as well. It's usually about 10% of the project, so an additional 3.4 million. And so, so like for instance, at Blue Water, we found that we didn't have the right electricity close by to the site. And so we have to have Continental Divide run three-phase electricity to the new site to run the new building. And that was like $85,000. So there's little things that happen in the project that we have to do what we call change orders in order to make those happen. But the base price is, if nothing changes, yes, they are held to this price. Now, if it takes us 3 months to get the contract done, their prices could change because the contract price, or these prices are only held for 60 days, so.
And that's a real possibility, especially now with different costs and different equipment going up.
So let me give you, for instance, concrete just went up a lot of cost. But Blue Water is still getting it at the cheaper price because that's what they lock their prices in at with that with C&E. So once we lock those prices in, that's what that vendor has to give them to us, give them to the contractor for, so.
The timeline isn't set in, like you said, it could take 3 months instead of the 1 month.
It should take us about 6 weeks to get the contract done, so. That's about what it took us for Blue Water to get the contract done, about 6 weeks.
But if I may, Mr. President, any considerable change order would come back to the board.
Absolutely.
Correct.
And that's happened in the past.
Yes.
It is.
Yeah.
That's why it won't be
We've
long.
seen that.
Water Elementary,
Yeah.
a couple times.
Yeah,
So,
and so we're prepared to do that, and you will bring it up when the time comes.
yeah.
So this basically initiates the process of you entering into a contracting phase for this.
But you're not gonna be here to help us out with that.
No, call me on the phone.
So, and let me give you, for instance, the Continental Divide was an $84,000 thing. The reason we did not bring that to the board is because the PSFA, the state is paying 100% of that. So we're not paying anything for that.
At that time. Any other discussion? Seeing none? Roll call,
Dr. Garashambo,
yes?
Daly,
Yes.
Robert Hayes,
Yes.
Richard Jones,
Aye.
Ron Ortiz,
Yes.
That is a yes?
Yes, in there with the, I mean,
Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Inform Ms. of you that we're moving on with the contract.
30 months or so-ish?
So we would like to do groundbreaking March, maybe end of February.
When it's good and
Cold in
cold.
February.
When it's good and cold.
We have a ton of dirt work to do, so we're not even gonna do concrete till probably June.
There's a lot of dirt work out. And back to Mr. President, I'm hoping that the city has the stuff together to move that sewer line.
We've been coordinating with the city on that, so they're saying they will, but
I was just saying, so there's a whole major line, master line that runs through that property right now. I won't be with them in 2 weeks to do one.
Thank you. Let's move on. Consideration of approval, cyber.
This was another topic in our finance meeting yesterday. We've had some security breaches in our systems, cyber hacking. We had an employee whose payroll was taken. So we would like to contract with a cybersecurity company to monitor our system 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so we would like to enter into that agreement.
And if I may add, I also provided you with the PSCOC capital outlay award of $914,000 for safety and security. Those are the funds we're gonna use to pay for this.
How much was that amount you just said?
$914,908. It's on this, ma'am.
Oh, I'm looking at the summary. Okay,
The service for the cybersecurity is $134,000 for the first year. And it's basically the top of the line cybersecurity monitoring tool that you can have, so.
So the hackers figured out how to get around.
They stay pretty up to, they have their own hackers that are, they have their white glove hacker, or their white hat hackers that are.
Any other questions, comments?
one last question. So this company is one of the higher caliber companies.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we locked into that for 3 years?
No, we're locked into it for a year.
We pay year by year.
We just went into a 3-year, we can terminate that contract at the end of the year. If we find we're not happy with what it's a 3-year contract that we had them propose to us. But they are of the understanding that if we're not happy with them at any point, we can terminate at the end of the year, so.
And this would begin,
We would,
February 1st, after the training.
takes 30 days to bring it on board, because they have to put some devices into our network to monitor things. And so it'll be 30 days to get it going. So we're looking in there, February 1st-ish.
And you said training for who? Who's gonna?
The technology staff, yeah. And they also provide some training for employees, but mostly it's Mr. Triplehorn and his staff that need the training on onboarding that.
and what would that training consist of?
So-
In general.
For the technology staff? So it'll be training on how to use the dashboard that comes with it so that they can look online and see, okay, we have these threat potentials here. It will point them into the right direction of how to correct those deficiencies in our network security. Excuse
I'll
me.
look it up here and tell you exactly.
So it's, and then the training also covers how to disaggregate all the data, because we're gonna be getting tons of data from this. How to disaggregate that data for them to see what it actually means. There is, like Mr. Maldonado said, a training component for the staff. So what we will do is we will send out pretend phishing emails and, that says, hey, you need to reset your password. And when you click on it and open it, it says, no, you should never open this kind of stuff. And then they'll have to go through a little training module, 30, 40-second video of what you did wrong. But for the staff, there's not a whole lot of training. There's more of how to use the dashboard and see what's going on with the network. So
So this is two companies, Arctic Wolf and Pacific Office.
So
Automation?
Arctic Wolf is the Pacific Automation.
Arctic Wolf is the actual provider. They don't contract directly, they go through an intermediary or a broker, which is Pacific Office Automation. So the contract is with Pacific Office Automation to provide the services through Arctic Wolf.
And they work in conjunction with each other for a long time where we're not
Yeah.
gonna,
Yeah,
It's not a new thing, yeah.
and
And
Arctic
POA
Wolf-
is a known, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
POA is a known vendor for us for the last 5 years.
And Arctic Wolf has been around for quite a long time, more than 10 years as a cybersecurity consulting firm.
And once again, it defends against advanced threats. Is that what it is?
Mhm.
That bypass prevention tools leverages the client's existing technology stack, identified advanced network endpoint and cloud threats, includes 24/7 coverage and guided response to stop threats before they can do harm. Finds root causes, validates remediation, and collaborates to continuously improve overall secure posture. That's a lot of money.
We had them make a presentation of the capabilities and the how to implement it with our technology staff. And they agree that we need this. They've actually asked Mr. Triple Horn, can we please get this? Because it needs to significantly augment what capabilities we have right now. So we have the technology staff behind this. We have seen by not having this, what breaches occur and what can occur, and we need higher level of protection.
Ransomware? Is it
And
one of these
ransomware as
days?
well. Yep, and there's also insurance policy ransomware as well.
So does our staff have recourse against them if this should happen to them again?
Ours, you mean, the general, like me and other people? Yeah, so the idea is to significantly enhance what we have in place right now. Because of the 24/7 monitoring, it'll catch things much faster within minutes versus within days is what's happened with the initial breach that we had when someone came in and they sent an email out to an employee that looked legitimate, asking for them to update certain information. And they put in their social security number, all the details. They went into our system and then changed the direct deposit information because it was provided access through this employee. Had this program or service been in place, it wouldn't have even gotten past the email going out. It would have caught it beforehand, blocked it, sent the information to Mr. Triplehorn and others on the technology staff to make them aware. Who then send them emails out to the employees warning of this potential hacker, so don't answer it, kind of thing. So, does that answer your question?
Well, just, if that were my husband, he would have probably just readily put his information in there.
I'm hoping that not get to that point.
See no further discussion,
Ask for recommendation.
recommendation.
I recommend we approve.
Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
So moved by Richard Jones. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Shambo,
Yes?
Hannah Bailey,
Yes.
Robert Hayes.
Yes.
Richard Jones,
Aye.
Ron Ortiz.
See, he's muted again.
You're muted, Ron.
Give us a thumbs up, Ron.
Thumbs up.
There he is.
You're muted.
Now you're going.
How do you vote, Ron?
You got a 4 out of 5.
That's gonna
You
happen.
can't change it anyway.
Let's proceed. Motion carries.
He's
Can you hear us?
Nevertheless, the motion carries. Let's move on to consent agenda. Is there a motion? Is there any question of any of these? If not, then we entertain a motion to
Ask for recommendation.
There's no recommendation listing there. Okay, got it. Mr. Widener.
I recommend we approve.
Yeah, we'll move on to those lines.
So moved.
Motion made by
Second.
Richard Jones. Is there a second? Ron Ortiz seconded the motion. I hope it's this one.
Yes.
To approve the consent agenda as presented. Roll call.
Dr. Garashamo?
Yes.
Hannah Bailey? Yes. Robert Hayes? Richard Jones?
Aye.
Ron Ortiz?
Motion carries. Board reports. I'll do this and be fairly quick about that because there's only,
I didn't go.
Ron, mute him.
I'm just gonna tell you where to get the information on the legislative resolutions. We know, go to the website for the NSBA and they have a listing of the legislative, actually, they've already sent you the resolutions, the summaries and so forth and the priorities. And if not, then I'll send them to you. the one thing that was highlighted, as you know, is somewhat controversial, is the proposed legislation, 5-day, 180 instructional days in the year. What have you heard about that, Mr. White, about that controversy regarding some schools who were a 4-day? Don't want
Are
that.
very unhappy about it. There was testimony yesterday. We hear that it's very possible that it's gonna be delegated, that it's a 5-day school week, and so I,
I don't think it's gonna fly.
PED is gonna make a recommendation next week.
I don't think it's gonna fly. I think it's gonna get voted.
So what we know is that the School Board Association has just sent to our, CC'd us, that they're submitting a statement that opposes to indirectly this issue, and that they prefer to have this be a local decision rather than having the state make these recommendations.
If it's structured 180 days with the district's calendar, what's the deal?
Yeah, that's what we'll need to have explained to us when we come back, Lane, is how is this going to impact our school year
And what-
next year when we start to build our calendar again?
And what happens is that it means a longer day for the students, a longer day for the teachers, even though you have that extra day like for intramural activities and stuff. But it is, I've worked now, it's 4 days, and it is very horrendous for students especially. They're
Richard?
falling asleep by 3 o'clock.
I'm all for a 4-day work week. No, I'm not joking. 4-day school system. You can look at stats nationwide, the students that go 4 days a week are higher achievers than they that do it 5, and millions in savings.
And better attendance.
Well, you can
And
have
better
a lot of
attendance.
your extracurriculars on Fridays.
Millions in savings and higher achievers.
So,
I think it still should be up to the districts to respect this. You wanna do it, do it.
so
Don't be forced.
take a look at the recent School Board Association letter that supports local control on in these issues. And then you'll come back this coming year and describe how it's gonna impact us.
Yeah.
And it will. Training reports, once again, I'll refer you to the website. They have all the workshops and presentations. You guys can look at those.
The one good is Impact Aid. That was a good word. I saw it online.
Okay, then there's I did not attend did anybody attend the Impact Day? That's probably for you guys. We went, okay, so there's nothing that I can say about that. Board schedule for activity second semester. The reason I put that down is to suggest that board members can attend that day, to January 8th, if so desired.
Just can't
So
go to the
that's just
same
the
one.
usual, yeah.
So you just can't all go to the same one.
Yeah, and training on Impact 8, is there anything else on that? If not, then,
It's online.
it's in the superintendent's report, but
okay, or then we won't discuss that. Let's go down to superintendent's report.
I'll keep this brief. When we had our work session several weeks ago, we talked about the strategic plan, we talked about restructuring the strategic plan, so it's more succinct and tying budgetary expenditures to the strategic plan. As we've progressed since then, we've got a great one-pager here that kind of talks about the priorities of the strategic plan. And as we talked about the funds a while ago and we talked about, it's very much tied to the strategic plan and our goals. And so next month, we will have my first official evaluation. And a big part of my evaluation is tied to the strategic plan. And so when we do that next month, I will be providing the tool that will allow you guys as board members to go in and evaluate and compare and contrast the strategic plan along with my job duties. Last week I had the privilege of attending the National Impact Aid Conference. It was really neat, and they were appreciative that Grant-Cibola County Schools were back. They said that it had been some time since we had been at the national conference. I found it to be very informative. They had model schools there talking about how they had partnered with their local tribes, how they had partnered with their stakeholders, and things that they did in their community that were relevant to their community and impactful in providing culture, acknowledging their diversity. We attended, some of us attended 4 days of workshops, some of us attended a couple of days of workshops, and lots of takeaway, lots of information, some really exciting ideas that we would like to have in our community. And so there was a lot of good information and a lot of good brainstorming that we've brought back. And so I'm glad I attended it. I'm glad I attended the workshop and got to see some of the ways.
Did you take Dr. Martin? No?
Dr. Martin did not go.
Oh.
And in conclusion,
Okay.
And so in conclusion, we will be partnering a lot with our local stakeholders and our communities and providing opportunities to expand culture and diversity into our communities and recognize some of the unique things that are about Grant-Cibola County Schools. So that's all for the superintendent's report.
thank you. Announcements, you see them? I won't read them. January 8th, let's go to the next page. I listed some dates and some agenda items, future agenda items. January 16th is the date when we come back. And so I put some possible agenda items on there. That's, Elaine and I will finalize the agenda before then. The special board meetings, there's a possibility we'll have a special board meeting for board training. And I just put down some initial topics. But a lot of this is going to be centered on getting the new board acquainted with a lot of their responsibilities, including the superintendent's evaluation. And that requires some extended training. So that's what we'll be doing there. And then the February 6th, that's just, again, a regularly scheduled meeting. And that's again, something we'll discuss, mid-year performance report, which was like the quarterly performance report we just did. But you guys will refine that further. And superintendent evaluation presentation. A lot of those superintendent evaluation will clear up with Mr. Sanchez in the first board meeting. I thought it would be best if we just do an orientation on that first, so that we'll all be familiar with what the process is together. So, and that's the extent of it. Any questions about those items? If not, I am ready for an adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn? Motion has been made, Emily Daly.
second it.
Seconded by, the last second by Richard Jones to adjourn the meeting, and he is therefore thereby retired. And he's earned it. Roll call.
Dr. Guyer Shambo?
Yes.
Evelyn Daly?
Yes. Robert Hayes?
If I vote no, can I stay? Maybe a yes.
They haven't,
Richard Jones?
I'll vote aye twice.
Aye, twice.
motion carries.
Ron?
Yes.
Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned at 8:50. And thank you, Bob and Richard. I appreciate you. I still need to talk about that.